Hello, and welcome to the virtual vigil for people with disabilities murdered by their caregivers. Um, it's the day of mourning, 2014. Thank you, everybody, for joining us, even if you are joining us later on. Thank you. Far too often, when a disabled person is murdered by a caregiver, journalists write as though the disabled victim was the one that perpetrated a crime by simply existing. In discussing the killing, people say that we should feel sorry for the murderer because they had to live with a disabled relative. When a disabled person is murdered, many people act as though the murder victim's life, not their death, was a tragedy. If you scroll down on the Vigil page, you'll find some technical details. You should also find a chat room, as well as hashtag details and so forth, and the basic rules for the chat. So the rules for the chat, no slurs, no hate speech or vulgarity will be tolerated in chat. You will have a warning, and then after that, for those that are coming online to read for us, so there are some additional rules. We will not tolerate hate speech, nudity, or non-critical use of slurs and phrases associated with discrimination. We will be reading the list of names, which you can find in the sidebar on the Vigil site under the list. We will be reading those here in a minute, and also at 5, 7, and right before we end at 9 p.m. If you would like to read something, or have a recording on YouTube that you'd like us to play, or that you would like somebody else to read something for you, please email me at sbreakstone@autisticadvocacy.org. You can find that written out over in the description on the page labeled The Readings. And if you will give me a moment, I'm going to invite on somebody who has volunteered to read through the names for this first time around. Alrighty, now we just have to wait for him to join us. If you have any questions or comments, I invite you to go into the IRC chat. I'm not sure why I'm having issues here. Oh, and that is my dog. Alrighty. If you are having problems, you can also email me at sbreakstone@autisticadvocacy.org. Alrighty.
Hold on, just saying.
Alright. Mark, I'm going to mute my mic, and I'm going to let you go ahead and start reading, and I'm going to light some candles while you do so.
Okay. Just tell me when to start. Tracy Latimer, 12 years old, gassed by her father in 1993. Charles Antoine Blake, 6 years old, drowned by his mother in November. Sorry. Sorry, too soon?
Alright, Mark, I'm going to mute my mic, and I'm going to let you go ahead and start reading, and I'm going to light some candles while you do so.
Okay. Casey Albury, 17 years old, strangled by her mother in 1997. Tracy Latimer, 12 years old, gassed by her father in 19... Pierre Pasquier, 10 years old, pushed into the sea by his mother in 1998. Jim Helm, 27 years old, killed by his mother in a murder-suicide in November 1998. David Lubner, 13 years old, burned alive by his mother in September 1999. James Joseph Cummings Jr., 46 years old, stabbed to death by his father in the institution where he lived in November 1999. Justin Malthus, 5 years old, beaten and drowned by his mother in April 2000. Gabriel Britt, 6 years old, suffocated by his father in March 2001. Johnny Churchy, 13 years old, strangled by his mother in 2001. Mark Owen Young, 11 years old, poisoned and then pushed off a bridge by his mother in a murder-suicide, September 2001. Bram Dukes, 18 years old, starved by his stepmother in December 2001. Lillian Leilani Gill, 4 years old, strangled by her adoptive mother in March 2002. Mitchell Dixon, 10 years old, slashed to death by his mother in June 2002. Dale Bartholomew, 27 years old, killed by his father in a murder-suicide in July 2002. Jason Dawes, 10 years old, suffocated by his mother in August 2003. Maggie Caraballo, 38 years old, beaten to death by her sister in August 2003. Angelica Ariema, 20 years old, drowned by her mother, who first tried to electrocute her to death in 2003. Scott Olson, 29 years old, starved to death by his sister in December 2003. Eric Bland, 38 years old, starved to death by his sister in March 2004. Scarlett Chen, 4 years old, drowned by her mother in July 2004. Patrick Markrow, 36 years old, drowned and suffocated by his mother in March 2005. Tiffany Pinkney, 23 years old, locked in a basement and starved to death by her sister and brother-in-law in April 2005. Sarah Naylor, 27 years old, shot by her mother in a murder-suicide in September 2005. Ryan Davies, 12 years old, drowned after his mother caused him to fall off a bridge in a murder-suicide. Christopher DeGroot, 19 years old, died of severe burns after he was locked in his parents' apartment alone during a fire in May 2006. Katie McCarran, 3 years old, suffocated by her mother in May 2006. William Lash III, 12 years old, shot by his father in a murder-suicide in July 2006. Lakeisha Victor, 10 years old, starved by her mother in August 2006. Marcus Fiesel, 4 years old, wrapped in heavy blankets by his foster parents and left in a closet to suffocate while he went out of town in August 2006. Ulysses Stable, 12 years old, throat slit by his father in November 2006. Brendan Williams, 5 years old, poisoned and beaten to death by his mother in March 2007. Chris Raymer, 47 years old, thrown from a balcony by her husband in 2007. Jared Greenwood, 26 years old, died of infected bed sores after being left in place and neglected by his mother in 2007. Francesca Hardwick, 18 years old, locked in a burning car with her mother in a murder-suicide in October 2007. Naomi Hill, 4 years old, drowned by her mother in November 2007. Shelley Ward, 7 years old, starved and neglected by her parents in November 2007. Maxwell Iyer, 2 years old, beaten to death by his father in December 2007. Xiao Fei, 20 years old, poisoned and suffocated by her mother in 2008. Callista Springer, 16 years old, chained to a bed and abandoned in a fire by her entire family in 2008. Courtney Wise, 17 years old, starved to death by her mother in February 2008. Ethan Scott Kirby, 3 years old, beaten to death by his mother's boyfriend in August 2008. Jacob Grabe, 13 years old, shot by his father in 2008. Tom Inglis, 22 years old, died after his mother administered an overdose of heroin to him in November 2008. Christian Clay Jenkins, 14 years old, given an overdose of oxycodone by his father in 2008. Kyle Detter, 12 years old, shot by his father in a murder-suicide in 2008. Lexi Agyapong Glover, 13 years old, left in a frigid creek by her mother and died of drowning and exposure in 2009. Terrell Stepney, 19 years old, poisoned by his grandmother in a murder-suicide in 2009. Jeremy Fraser, 9 years old, died of recurrent leukemia after his mother withheld a medication that would have saved his life in March 2009. Shailia Miza Thomas, 9 years old, starved to death by her aunt, who then hid her body in order to continue to collect money she received for Shilia's care in April 2009. Pamela Camille Hall, 59 years old, stabbed by her son-in-law in April 2009. Lloyd Yarbrough, 62 years old, fed an overdose of prescription medication through his feeding tube by his wife in May 2009. Jeremy Bostic, 11 years old, gassed by his father in 2009. Patrick Eitzen, 16, stabbed by his mother in July 2009. Tommy Core, 15 years old, strangled by his mother in October 2009. Betty Ann Gagnon, 48 years old, tortured to death by her sister and brother-in-law in November 2009. Walter Knox Hildebrand Jr., 20 years old, died of a seizure induced by his brother's physical abuse in November 2009. Laura Cummings, 23 years old, raped and tortured to death by her mother and brother in January 2010. Jude Mira, 8 years old, forced by his mother to overdose on prescription medications in February 2010. Ajit Singh, 12 years old, forced by his mother to drink bleach in February 2010. Garen Iskrig, 6 years old, died of exposure after his grandmother abandoned him in a remote area in April 2010. Leosha Barnett, 17 years old, starved to death by her mother and sister in May 2010. Glenn Freeney, 11 years old, strangled by his mother in 2010. Peyton Edinger, 4 years old, starved by his mother in 2010. Christopher Melton, 18, gassed by his mother in a murder-suicide in June 2010. Rylan Rochester, 6 months old, suffocated by his mother in June 2010 because she believed him to be autistic. Kenneth Holmes, 12 years old, shot by his mother in a murder-suicide in July 2010. Zane Akhter, 5 years old, and Faryal Akhter, 2 years old, strangled by their mother after she first tried to get them to drink bathroom cleaner in July 2010. Emily Bell Mullen, 85 years old, hit and run over with a car by her son in August 2010. Rohit Singh, 7 years old, beaten to death by his father in September 2010. Zara Baker, 10 years old, murdered and dismembered by her stepmother and perhaps her father in October 2010. Chase Ogden, 13 years old, shot by his mother in a murder-suicide in October 2010. Karandeep Arora, 8 years old, suffocated by his parents in October 2010. Donald Paraginong, 83 years old, starved by his daughter in January 2011. Chad Jackson, 25 years old, starved and neglected by his mother in July 2011. Julie Sorella, 8 years old, poisoned by her mother in July 2011. Joseph Conant, 11 years old, and Akuma Conant, 13 years old, shot by their father/brother in July 2011. Noah Medina Jr., 7 months old, thrown 4 stories by his mother in August 2011. Benjamin Barnard, 13 years old, shot by his mother in a murder-suicide in August 2011. Jory Lorette, 7 years old, decapitated by his father in August 2011. George Hodgins, 22 years old, shot by his mother in a murder-suicide in March 2012. Daniel Corby, 4 years old, drowned by his mother in March 2012. Malia Blakely Berry, 16 years old, starved by her mother in June 2012. Matthew Gravel, 27 years old, tortured and beaten to death by his half-brother in July 2012. Melissa Stoddard, 11 years old, suffocated in restraints that her father and stepmother routinely used in December 2012. Robert Gensiak, 32 years old, starved by his mother and sisters in March 2013. Alex Bortolakis, 14 years old, poisoned and stabbed by his mother and grandmother in June 2013. It says godmother, but that was apparently a typo. Matthew Hafer, 28 years old, poisoned by his mother in July 2013. Marion Roberts, 57 years old, shot by her father in a murder-suicide in August 2013. Jalen Edge, 13 years old, poisoned by his mother along with his sister Faith in September 2013. Tamia Audain, 12 years old, starved, abused, and neglected by her cousin in September 2013. Damien Luke Gully, 14 years old, strangled by his stepfather in November 2013. Randall Barrow, 8 years old, drowned by his mother in a murder-suicide in December 2013. Mickey Liposhak, 52 years old, shot by his father in a murder-suicide in December 2013. Damien Verhagen, 19 years old, poisoned and suffocated by his mother in a murder-suicide in January 2014. Vincent Fan, 24 years old, shot by his mother in a murder-suicide in January 2014.
Okay. Thank you. And I know that it's a very difficult list to get through. Um, I know that last year's list was difficult, and this one is unfortunately even longer. So thank you.
Yes, it was.
Do you have any thoughts that you'd like to share? Um,
I read this list last year. It wasn't easy then. It's even worse now. I can't stand it. I want no more names added to that list.
I think that that's the sentiment that we all have. I'm going to give you a few minutes, and then I believe that you have a poem that you would like to read. So,
I could read it now. I'm okay.
okay, I'm going to go put the link in the chat.
Okay, just let me know when to start. This poem was written last year for the day of mourning. Actually, not too long after I read this list. It's named after a certain location described in Dante's Inferno for exactly the people who did this, for exactly the ones who did this to our people. And it's called Caina. Tonight I journey through the first ring of the ninth circle of hell, reserved for that which is foulest of foul, the betrayal of kin. I keep vigil and read aloud each name, age, date, cause of death, and the proof that evil has triumphed yet again as the murderers got away with and are celebrated for murder. As I speak the names aloud, one of a scant few willing to mourn the unwanted and unloved, as I bite back my tears that threaten to stain the page I read from, as I repress the urge to scream in helpless fury at a world that loves murderers and hates the dead, I remember why I continue on. We must mourn the dead and fight like hell for the living. Bereft of means to cope, I finally break. I lose that struggle, and the tears force themselves out for any and all to see. I'm I'm only one man, only one mourner, warring against the cold indifference of all mankind, and I cannot win alone. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mark. Um, I am, yeah, right now, I'm trying to, I'm going to try to get, do some tech support for one of the in-person vigils. Um, I don't know if you had anything else you wanted to say, um, while I do that. Um, but, thank you so much for that poem.
Thank you. No, I don't really have anything else to say right now.
Alrighty, I'm going to pull the video on your thing. You can stay on longer if you want to. You can send me a message if you need your mic turned back on. So, and I'm going to give everybody a little bit of time for a few moments of silence while I work out the technical issues. And then we'll move on to um, another reading, I think. All right. Alrighty. So I believe that next what we'll do is um, a woman named Nicole Nicholson wrote a poem and she recorded it and put it up on YouTube. So I'm going to play that video um, for us. Okay, I'm having a few issues here, I think. Hmm. I am not sure why this isn't working. It worked when I did a test on it yesterday. Um, what's supposed to be happening is that a is the YouTube video playing? Oh God. Okay, so um, there is a plugin on Google Hangouts that's supposed to allow me to show you a video from YouTube in the stream itself. And when I tested it last night, it worked. But now that I'm actually trying to use it, it isn't playing. I have posted a link in the chat room to um, the recording, and you can also find it in the list in the readings tab. So sorry about this. In the readings tab, if you go down to The Sky Belongs to All of Us, there is a link where it says we will play a video of her reading it. The clip is 4 minutes 32 seconds. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do screen share. If you will hold on just a second.
I originally wrote this poem for a lot of reasons. I've always felt that everyone has not only certain civil rights, but that every life is valuable and sacred. I'm glad that I could join you today in this vigil. That sky, my friends, belongs to us all. To those who see the flaming heart in Christ's cracked open ribcage. To those who call another divine and holy. To those who only see skin, chromosomes, and bones buried in stone. To every soul in the double helix rainbow. And to every conjugation of that verb, to love. And I, of the computer mind and glass shatter heart, want to share that sky with you. Thank you.
Okay, so hopefully that worked. If not, I'm already kind of embarrassed. Um, so yeah, okay. Um, I think at 4 o'clock, um, No, you know what? After we're gonna read Total Turtle's post. It is the third bullet point. And then after that, we are going to um, listen to an audio clip from Leroy Moore. Um, the text of which can be found under readings as Leroy Moore, Killings of People with Disability, Part 1, A Background. But first, we're going to read I Am Not a Burden from um, from Tuttle Turtle. I believe I saw the author in chat. Yes, I did. Alrighty. Alrighty. I'm going to read this. I Am Not a Burden. Day of Mourning, 2014. I am not a burden. I need to repeat that because the opposite is told to me too frequently and digs in and catches hold. I am not a burden. I am autistic. I am disabled. I am not a burden. I am a person. You were 9 years old. You had a life ahead of you. Then you didn't. You were a person, not a burden. You were 24 or 10 or 15 or 40. All of you, you had lives ahead of you. And all of you were people, not burdens. None of us are burdens, no matter what's said to us. It's not okay that you were killed, that you were murdered, that your lives were snatched from you just because you were disabled, just because you were different. It's not okay that people are saying it is fine that this is done to you because you were a burden and that you made your family's lives too difficult. It's not okay that people think that our lives are less valuable than theirs. It's not okay that people speak ill of the dead, justifying the actions of murderers. It's not okay. I am not a burden. If I were murdered, would they care? Would society just say that she doesn't work, that she's just autistic, that she makes people take care of her, that she's not a real person? When I am kicked down and abused, I am the one at fault. Or is it the abuser? Is it because I'm autistic that I deserve it? It's not okay. Every time someone says that I am a burden, I need to step up and say that I am not. Every time someone says that it is not a big deal to kill you because you couldn't speak, I need to step up and speak because I have a voice that you do not, because your life was prematurely ended. Every time someone says that the parents' lives are too hard, so it is not unexpected for them to do these things, I need to step up and say that autism isn't about the parents, and murders are about those whose lives were taken. Because disabled people are people too. And every day, I need to work to make autism, to make disability, to make being different in any way something that is treated better by people around me. Whether on the bus, in a school, or at my home, I need to say, it is not scary to be around someone who is different, but it is important to treat them the way that they need to be treated, rather than the way that the average person is treated. I'm not a burden. You are not. The rest of us who are living are not either. I need to hope that there are no more of you, no matter how unlikely that may be at the moment, because maybe, hopefully, you are the last. Nobody deserves to be killed by a parent. Nobody deserves to be killed because they are disabled. Nobody. And I'm sorry it had to happen to you. Okay? Thank you for allowing us to read that. Yep. So, as I said, next up we're going to have an audio from Lyra Moore. And I'm going to post a link to a transcript in the chat. Yes. Okay, that's creepy.
Hello, my name is Leroy Moore, and I'm here today to talk about the killings of people with disabilities. The background is blind. For bad or for good, we all are grounded in history of this country. And sometimes we celebrate it, and other times we mourn about it. Some of us celebrate holidays like Thanksgiving, and a lot of us mourn that day. History as people with disabilities includes some horrific crimes, conditions, legal and state abuse that have set up mindsets that we, people with disabilities, were not fit to live, from slavery to forced sterilization, eugenics, to parents giving their disabled child to freak shows, the circus, or to the exhibit. We had laws like Jim Crow, where a lot of black disabled people were lynched, like Jesse Washington of 1919. Laws like the Ugly Laws that Susan Spike wrote about that happened in liberal San Francisco and in other states where people with disabilities were not allowed to be seen in public. Have all of this set up the reality of today, where you have stories like 4, 5, 6 people with disabilities chained up in a Philadelphia apartment basement, or an autistic youth left in cages for days while parents go to a movie, or hate posters around a community singling out people with disabilities who are on benefits to move out. Yes, we are in 2014 with disability rights, disability justice, disability culture, in schools teaching disability history. But does the general public, certain care supporters, some parents, along with the state still holding on to the historical out-of-date beliefs of people with disabilities, and on top of it being fed up or being isolated with a lack of anything, all leading to a deadly ending. As we mourn today and look at today's killings, we must examine where does the notion of killing people with disabilities come from. We must revisit our history, talk about it, the good and the bad, hoping that this talking and exposing this history will save lives of today and tomorrow. I will be back to talk about my knowledge and my advocacy around police brutality against people with disabilities. Stay tuned.
Okay. We will, somebody will read Leroy's thing on police brutality a little bit later. Right now, though, it has come to my attention that the IRC chat that I embedded in the page is not working. So I'm going to have to post a link to a Mibit chat, I think, and just disable the one that's in there right now. I'm so sorry, everybody. I'm not sure what happened. So, yeah, just give me a minute. Alrighty, if you reload the page, you should find a link to a Mibit chat, which is a free IRC channel. Yeah, I have no idea why it wasn't using it, why it wasn't showing up the way that it needed to. The Mibit chat room channel is DOM2014 PWD underscore test underscore channel. I think that well, we now know that Kiwi IRC is not a good thing to use. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to get Mibit to embed on the page, which is why I tried a different um, embeddable IRC. And yeah, if you want to help me out with figuring out the IRC thing next year, please do let me know. Next year we'll have to have somebody help me with setting up the page, so that we can have it embedded, so that we're not having people on like 5 different tabs or something like that. Yep. So yes, like I said, refresh the Vigil page, and there will be a link to the Mibit if you are still in the old Kiwi chat. Alrighty. Tuttle, I would love to have you help next year. You have my email now, so you can just send me an email and we'll talk about that afterwards. So I think what we're going to end up doing next is Karima asked that we take a moment to reflect especially on Randall Burroughs and Melissa Stoddard. So if you are looking over in the sidebar, there is a thing in the readings called Race and Disability Intersected. And I wrote up a thing. So I'm going to read that and we'll have a moment of silence, where I would encourage you to check out a couple of the links on that page, which I'll post to the Mibit. And followed by, she asked that a quote be read in her son's place. So yeah. Karima has asked that we take a minute to remember those victims of caregiver violence who were also people of color, and in particular that we talk a little bit about Melissa Stoddard and Randall Barrow. We live within a society that will prioritize the stories of white children as victims, but far too often leaves the stories of black people and other people of color to go barely or unmentioned. Melissa Stoddard was 11 when her father and stepmother hogtied her to her bed, covered her mouth with duct tape, resulting in her death. And they claimed that they were protecting her and her siblings. Randall Barrow was 8 when his mother drowned him in a river in Marshall County, Alabama. His mother then set fire to their house with herself inside. There are unfortunately many more cases to read that are underreported. Sometimes it's parents, sometimes it's staff, or other caregivers that take these lives. Sometimes, as in the case of Stefan Watts, it's even the police, the people that the families are told to call when they are too poor or too black for the county to take seriously as needing support. I encourage you to take a moment to go read the memorials on Karima's blog, and to read the post Invisible Autistic Filicide Victims over at Intersectional Disability blog that she manages. As I said, I will provide the links in chat. Now, normally we would have a volunteer read this post, but Karima and her son were dealing with some health issues, and we were unable to confirm that it would be okay for the post to be read aloud. While you do that, we're going to have a moment of silence to highlight these lives. Okay. I think we've had enough time to read and reflect on those. Though, of course, you are always welcome to continue to hold this issue in your thoughts. Yep. I had a question about the rules in the chat, so I'm going to read those again. They were read at the very, very beginning. The rules are no slurs, hate speech, or vulgarity will be tolerated in chat. You will get a warning, and then that'll be it. If you come on the live stream, we will not tolerate hate speech, nudity, or non-critical use of slurs and phrases associated with discrimination. Yeah. If you have something that you would like to read or that you have recorded or that you would like to have somebody else read for you, you can email it to me at sbreakstone@autisticadvocacy.org and I will give you more information. Alrighty. So now I'm going to read the quote that she requested that somebody read for her son. And that is, we must be concerned not merely about who murdered them, but about the system, the way of life, the philosophy which produced the murderers. Martin Luther King Jr. from Eulogy for the Martyred Children, 1963. And you can find a link to the entire essay that is from, her eulogy, that is from in the section of the site titled The Readings, if you would like. Alrighty. Next, Mark, would you be up to reading Amy Sequenzia's poem, Remember, for us, if I unmute you? Alrighty. So I am going to unmute Mark and then mute myself.
Okay. Okay. Okay, I'm ready. Remember. George, Lexi, Scarlett, Alex, Lakeisha, Tracy. Remember. Katie, Daniel, Marcus, Angelica, Zane, Tiffany. Remember. Not united by race, did not share the same religion, diverse in ethnicity, one thing they shared: they were disabled. Children gone too soon, young adults now forever young, murdered. Mothers, fathers, siblings, caregivers. They were supposed to protect trusted ones, loved ones. They became the biggest threat. Children gone too soon, young adults now forever young, murdered. Fear. They died in fear, confusion, hurt by hands that should offer comfort. The love of a parent lost in blood, the air no longer available, eyes that saw terror. Remember. Jeremy, Maxwell, Casey, Pierre, James, Ryan. Never forget. Callista, Shilia, Tony, Betty, Walter, Leosha. There are so many. Ajit, Christopher, Kenneth, Faryal, Emily, Karandeep, Jory, No, Chase, Courtney, Ulysses, Ethan, Gabriel, Johnny, Pamela. My heart aches. My soul is crying. Boys and girls, gone too soon. Young adults will never grow old. It did not have to happen. It happened because they were disabled. Never forget. Remember them. They were one of us. Their lives valuable to us. Remember.
Thank you for reading that for us, Mark. Can you hear me? Okay. Thank you for reading that for us, Mark. For those that don't know, Amy Sequenzia is a non-speaking autistic woman. You can find a lot of her writings at olliebean.com. And yes, so I posted a link to this particular poem in the chat. So if you wanted to reread it, that's where it will be. Alrighty. And Mark, I know that you have to leave soon. So, like in a half hour or so, because you have other events going on this evening. So I wanted to thank you for coming on, and being willing to share not only your work, but also to give voice to the works of those that were unable to make it on the vigil tonight. So thank you. Okay, so in the chat right now, people are talking a little bit about Autism Speaks. While I encourage the conversation to continue and people share the resources that they have, I'm not going to go into great detail about that on the vigil here. Like I said, please continue the conversation in the chat. I will note that at some point next week on the ASN Tumblr, we will be posting a link with some of the reasons why ASN doesn't particularly like Autism Speaks. But as I said, we're not going to go into great detail about that in the vigil here. So, really quickly, I'm going to do a little bit of explanation here. The Autistic Self-Advocacy Network, ASAN, co-organized this event with ADAPT, which is a disability rights activist group. Not Dead Yet, which is a group of people with disabilities who work against physician-assisted suicide and euthanasia, and the National Council on Independent Living. They are all wonderful groups that have very powerful voices, and it is an honor to work with them. Speaking of other people, right now, I think the DC Vigil is still going on. So I wanted to mention that I got a text message a little bit earlier, sending greetings to the virtual vigil from the DC Vigil. And user Chaotic Idealism has posted a link to a memorial site that they maintain. It is autism-memorial.livejournal.com. It is a wonderful memorial site. They take entries from people all over the world. The manager, if I understand this correctly, speaks English and German, so if you want to submit something, you would have to speak one of those languages or write one of those languages. But it is open to everyone around the world who would like to submit a memorial. Let's see. The chat is currently talking a bit about euthanasia and murders that are perpetuated that could easily have been cases like that. And Hyperlexic Links is talking a little bit about their neighbor who they suspect was murdered or euthanized. And it is always difficult to hear about a case that we were unaware of previously. And as Alyssa mentions, there is an unfortunate tendency for the murders of people with disabilities to either not get prosecuted or for people to either not get sentenced or get a shorter sentence or have their sentence shortened. Oh, oh. Okay, so first of all, we have a name for hyperlexic links. Neighbor Charlie Reynolds. Um, so yeah, and we have a couple people recognizing some names from Tumblr. Queerability just joined us in chat. Um, hi. Um, and like for people that don't know, I actually do run ASAN's Tumblr account. So um, yeah. Um, okay. Um, and Queerability did post a bit about this event, so thank you very much to the folks at Queerability. Um, and a little bit more information about Charlie Reynolds. He got put in the home because his wife had to go to the hospital for a day, and before she made it back home, he was dead. So that's very unfortunate. Um, so thank you so much for sharing Charlie's story with us. Um, but yeah, there's a bit of discussion in the chat about a group that is fairly well known for being very rough about autism issues. So yes. Okay. So actually, I think that what I'm going to read now I'm going to read some of Alyssa's stuff that I just, like, literally just added to the um, readings list here in a moment. There's a little bit of discussion in the chat right now about how it is very sad that there are so many people whose names and lives are just not remembered. So, and I do want to reiterate that this is a cross disability chat. So, yeah. So, yeah. I am going to switch over and I'm going to read some of Alyssa's contributions. First I'm going to read Our Day, And I'm going to throw a link to this into the Mebit. Yes. Okay. So, our day. We include a trigger warning for murder at the beginning of this post. This is our day, when we mourn for those who were murdered by their caretakers for being like us. This is our day, when we try to remind others of what we can never forget. This is our day, when we remind people of what they should never have forgotten. Our fellows, so often erased from the story of their own murders. It's portrayed as not being about us, but about our presumably abled caretaker, who was a saint and was simply overwhelmed. We were, of course, hard to deal with, and we who remain are reassured that it would never happen to us, that we are not like the one who was murdered, that taking our lives would not be considered merciful. And if we tell them all the reasons that we are like the victim, we are only met with pity and disbelief, not understanding for the terror we feel as we mourn. The terror that we could be next, the worry of which of us will be next. Today is our day when we mourn together. We remember George Hodgins, Faryal Akhtar, Zain Akhtar, Daniel Corby, Melissa Stoddard, Laura Cummings, Ajit Singh, Zara Baker, Naomi Hill, Tracy Latimer, Katie McCarran, Betty Gagnon. More that we know, far more that we will never hear about, that were marked down as accidents, not murders. Mother Jones said, "Pray for the dead and fight like hell for the living." Today we mourn for our dead, and from our community we draw the strength that helps us fight for the living. So that was a post from Melissa, who blogs at yesthattoo.blogspot.com. I have another post of hers that I'm going to read in a moment called Murder Not Mercy, which I think fits the mood a little bit in the chat from a little bit earlier. But first I'm going to look at the chat a little bit. There's a comment about there's a difference between being civil and being and passing. Let's see. And just so people know, I wanted to give people a heads up that there is some very distressing and possibly triggering material going on right now. In the chat, it's very necessary to talk about this kind of violence, but it can be very distressing. There's a little bit of a talk right now also about immigration and some international context and disability, and about some non-US centric violence that's going on that's really worth looking into. It's important to recognize that not only are there similarities between what's happened in the US and our neighbors when it comes to violence against people with disabilities, there are also differences, and that we need to really look at how those differences are, and listening to the people from those countries as to how we can support their efforts. I also want to note something that's coming up is that we're talking about mental illness in the context of disability. And yes, people with mental illness can be considered disabled. And I think that it's really important to note that people with mental health disabilities or living with mental illness, however you prefer to state it, are more likely to be victims of crime and violent crime than to commit it. And it is extremely unfortunate that for that portion of the disability community, it's not just that their lives are erased, but also that too often people with mental health disabilities are seen as the violent party, regardless of the reality of the situation. So, yes, that's right. User chaotic idealism. Having a mental illness does not statistically raise the risk of committing a violent crime, which is absolutely correct. You are much more likely, if you are somebody with a mental illness, to be the victim of a violent crime. And there's a lot of stats about that. If um, if somebody in the chat could please share some of these statistics. I unfortunately have my hands full, so I can't go and pull some of those statistics for people. But I think that that would be a worthwhile thing to bring into the chat conversation. I mean, there is an increase in the risk of drug use, most likely due to a tendency to self-medicate. So thank you, Chaotic Idealism, for talking a little bit about that. Eric Warwick says that he heard and I'm sorry, if your pronoun is not obvious, please include it so I don't mess up your pronouns. But he says that he heard that people with mental illness are 4 times more likely to be a victim of violent crime. And we're getting into some more statistics in the chat room. So give me a moment to reposition, and I'm going to read the second post from Melissa. Alrighty. This this post, again from yesthat2.blogspot.com, is called Murder, Not Mercy, and it carries a trigger warning of murder and abuse of autistic people. xkcd.com/386. Go ahead, look it up. Read it. Laugh. Agree. It doesn't matter that someone is wrong on the internet. It happens all the time. Most of the time I'd agree. Most of the time I don't care if someone is wrong on the internet. But this time this is kind of wrong. I have to care. If your wrongness on the internet didn't endanger the lives of a whole group, I wouldn't care as much. If your wrongness on the internet didn't endanger the lives of my friends, I wouldn't care as much. If your wrongness on the internet didn't endanger my life, I wouldn't care as much. But it does. You might say I'm being overdramatic. George Hodgins begs to differ. Daniel Corby begs to differ. Every one of us killed by our caretakers while you called it mercy begs to differ. Every one of us allowed to die while it was recorded as an accident begs to differ. But they are dead, and I still live, so I will beg to differ. If you call us tragedies, if you call ending our lives mercy, then one by one we die. I don't want to die. I want to live. You might still say I'm being overdramatic. You might say no one will try to kill me, that I function. You might say that I don't know what it's like to be as disabled as George was. You might say I don't know what it's like to have a child as disabled as Daniel was. And I don't, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if I specifically know these people wanted to live. It matters that you didn't specifically know that they wanted to die. It doesn't matter that I don't know what it's like to be so disabled. It matters that the killer didn't know that either. It doesn't matter that I don't know what it's like to have such a child. It matters that a parent's job is to protect their child. Killing someone to protect them makes as much sense as silencing someone to give them a voice. But both of these happen to us. You might say I have no empathy for the parents who made that choice. I don't. I have no clue how they felt. You might say that I have no sympathy for the parents that made that choice. I don't. I got to the part where they murdered their children, which apparently you missed. You might say that it's wrong to judge when I don't know their lives. It might be. But I still know that they murdered, and that can't happen again. I'm not asking you to call the lives of those parents easy. I'm not asking you to personally run the schools those children went to. I am asking you to recognize that those victims were human. I'm asking you to react as though you would to the murders that these were. I'm asking you to stop mistaking murder for mercy. I ask because if the wrong person hears you call it mercy, another one of us dies. I ask because if the wrong person hears you call it mercy, and if that wrong person knows too much, the next one of us could be me. And again, that was from Alyssa at yesthat2.blogspot.com. Thank you, Alyssa, for letting us read a couple of your posts. So in a few minutes, I'm going to try to bring on Jane, who has offered to do the next reading of the names. I have that scheduled to go every 2 hours. And I know that it can be a very difficult thing, but I do believe it is valuable. And I'll need to ask Jane whether or not she wants to include the cause of death or not. So if you will give me a moment.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yep, I can hear you. I'm going to mute my mic. Do you need me to send you the link to the list of names, or do you have it pulled up?
Well, I have it, but what I need to do, I think, is make my screen half and half so I can see both.
That's fine. It shouldn't affect the
Okay.
broadcast.
Okay, wait just a second then. All right, and
So I'm going to give you the option to just read the names and ages if you want, or you can read the full thing with the cause of death.
okay, wait just a second here. I'm kind of messed up here. Okay, I've got that on one half. Now I need to get somehow or another online again to Facebook, so I can see that. Wait just a second here. Here's that. No. Oh, I'm screwed up here. Okay, wait just a second here. Okay. Oops, I need to find the video call. Am I on here?
Yep, we can see and hear you. You don't have to have the screen visible to you. You just it's going. It's working.
It's working. So it's working now.
Yep, it's working. You just I'm gonna mute my mic and then you can start reading the names as soon as you feel comfortable.
Okay, I haven't done this a lot before, so I'm glad that it works and that you can see and hear me, and I will, when you switch me over, I will start. Should I start?
Yep, go ahead.
Okay. Hi, folks. Here's the list. Trigger warning, some of this information is very disturbing, so please keep that in mind. Today we remember Tracy Latimer, 12 years old, gassed by her father in 1993. Charles Antoine, 6 years old, drowned by his mother in November 1996. Casey Albury, 17 years old, strangled by her mother in 1997. Pierre Pasquille, 10 years old, pushed into the sea by his mother in 1998. Jim Helm, 27 years old, killed by his mother in a murder-suicide in November 1998. Daniel Lubner, 13 years old, burned alive by his mother in September 1999. James Joseph Cummings, Jr., 46 years old, stabbed to death by his father in an institution where he lived in November 1999. Justin Malthus, 5 years old, beaten and drowned by his mother in April 2000. Gabriel Britt, 6 years old, suffocated by his father in March 2001. Johnny Churchy, 13 years old, strangled by his mother in 2001. Mark Owen Young, 11 years old, poisoned and then pushed off a bridge by his mother in a murder-suicide September 2001. Graham Dukes, 18 years old, starved by his stepmother in December 2001. Lillian Leilani Gill, 4 years old, strangled by her adoptive mother in March 2002. Mitchell Dixon, 10 years old, slashed to death by his mother in June 2002. Dale Bartolome, 27 years old, killed by his father in a murder-suicide in July 2002. Jason Dawes, 10 years old, suffocated by his mother in August 2003. Maggie Caraballo, 38 years old, beaten to death by her sister in August 2003. Angelica Ariema, 20 years old, drowned by her mother who first tried to electrocute her in 2003. Scott Olson, 29 years old, starved to death by his sister in December 2003. Eric Bland, 38 years old, starved to death by his sister in March 2004. Scarlett Chen, 4 years old, drowned by her mother in July 2004. Patrick Mark Crow, 36 years old, drugged and suffocated by his mother in March 2005. Tiffany Pinkney, 23 years old, locked in a basement and starved to death by her sister and brother-in-law, April 2005. Sarah Naylor, 27 years old, shot by her mother in a murder-suicide, September 2005. Ryan Davies, 12 years old, drowned after his mother caused him to fall off a bridge in a murder-suicide. Christopher DeGroot, 19 years old, died of severe burns after he was locked in his parents' apartment alone during a fire in May 2006. Katie McCarran, 3 years old, suffocated by her mother in May 2006. William Lash III, 12 years old, shot by his father in a murder-suicide, July 2006. Lakeisha Victor, 10 years old, starved by her mother, August 2006. Marcus Vigil, 4 years old, wrapped in heavy blankets by his foster parents and left in a closet to suffocate while they went out of town, August 2006. Ulysses Stable, 12 years old, throat slit by his father in November 2006. Brandon Williams, 5 years old, poisoned and beaten to death by his mother, March 2007. Christy Reimer, 47 years old, thrown from a balcony by her husband, 2007. Jared Greenwood, 26 years old, died of infected bed sores after being left in place and neglected by his mother, 2007. Francesca Hardwick, 18 years old, locked in a burning car with her mother in a murder-suicide, October 2007. Naomi Hill, 4 years old, drowned by her mother, November 2007. Shalay Ward, 7 years old, starved and neglected by her parents, November 2007. Maxwell Ayer, 2 years old, beaten to death by his father, December 2007. Xiao Fei, 20 years old, poisoned and suffocated by her mother, 2008. Callista Springer, 16 years old, chained to a bed and abandoned in a fire by her entire family, 2008. Courtney Wise, 17 years old, starved to death by her mother, February 2008. Ethan Scott Kirby, 3 years old, beaten to death by his mother's boyfriend, August 2008. Jacob Grabe, 13 years old, shot by his father, 2008. Tom Inglis, 22 years old, died after his mother administered an overdose of heroin to him, November 2008. Christian Clay Jenkins, 14 years old, given an overdose of oxycodone by his father, 2008. Kyle Dutter, 12 years old, shot by his father in a murder-suicide, 2008. Lexi Agipong Glover, 13 years old, left in a frigid creek by her mother, died of drowning and exposure in 2009. Terrell Stepney, 19 years old, poisoned by his grandmother in a murder-suicide, 2009. Jeremy Fraser, 9 years old, died of recurrent leukemia after his mother withheld the medication that would have saved his life in March 2009. Shailia Misa Thomas, 9 years old, starved to death by her aunt, who then hid her body in order to continue to collect money she received for Shailea's care in April 2009. Pamela Camille Hall, 59 years old, stabbed by her son-in-law, April 2009. Lloyd Yarbrough, 62 years old, fed an overdose of prescription medication through his feeding tube by his wife, May 2009. Jeremy Bostick, 11 years old, gassed by his father, 2009. Peter Eitzen, 16 years old, stabbed by his mother, July 2009. Tony Corr, 15 years old, strangled by his mother, October 2009. Betty Ann Gagnon, 48 years old, tortured to death by her sister and brother-in-law, November 2009. Walter Knox Hildebrandt, Jr., 20 years old, died of a seizure induced by his brother's physical abuse, November 2009. Laura Cummings, 23 years old, raped and tortured to death by her mother and brother, January 2010. Jude Mira, 8 years old, forced by his mother to overdose on prescription medications, February 2010. Ajit Singh, 12 years old, forced by his mother to drink bleach, February 2010. Garen Iskrig, 6 years old, died of exposure after his grandmother abandoned him in a remote area, April 2010. Leosha Barnett, 17 years old, starved to death by her mother and sister, May 2010. Glenn Freeney, 11 years old, strangled by his mother, May 2010. Peyton Ettinger, 4 years old, starved by his mother, May 2010. Christopher Melton, 18, gassed by his mother, murder-suicide, June 2010. Rylan Rochester, 6 months old, suffocated by his mother in June 2010 because she believed him to be autistic. Kenneth Holmes, 12 years old, shot by his mother in a murder-suicide, July 2010. Zain Akhtar, 5 years old, and Faryal Akhtar, 2 years old, strangled by their mother after she first tried to get them to drink bathroom cleaner, July 2010. Emily Bell Moline, 85 years old, hit and run over with a car by her son, August 2010. Rohit Singh, 7 years old, beaten to death by his father, September 2010. Zara Baker, 10 years old, murdered and dismembered by her stepmother and perhaps her father, October 2010. Chase Ogden, 13 years old, shot by his mother, murder-suicide, October 2010. Karandeep Arora, 18 years old, suffocated by his parents, October 2010. Donald Parojanong, 83 years old, starved by his daughter, January 2011. Chad Jackson, 25 years old, starved and neglected by his mother, July 2011. Julie Sorella, 8 years old, poisoned by her mother, July 2011. Joseph Conant, 11 years old, and Nakuma Conant, 33 years old, shot by their father and brother in July 2011. Noe Medina, Jr., 7 months old, thrown 4 stories by his mother, August 2011. Benjamin Barnhard, 13 years old, shot by his mother in a murder-suicide, August 2011. Jory Lorette, 7 years old, decapitated by his father, August 2011. George Hodgins, 22 years old, shot by his mother in a murder-suicide, March 2012. Daniel Corby, 4 years old, drowned by his mother, March 2012. Malia Blakely Berry, 16 years old, starved by her mother, June 2012. Matthew Graville, 27 years old, tortured and beaten to death by his half-brother, July 2012. Melissa Stoddard, 11 years old, suffocated in restraints that her father and stepmother routinely used, December 2012. Robert Jensiak, 32 years old, starved by his mother and sisters, March 2013. Alex Bordalakis, 14 years old, poisoned and stabbed by his mother and godmother, June 2013. Matthew Hafer, 28 years old, poisoned by his mother, July 2013. Marion Roberts, 57 years old, shot by her father in a murder-suicide, August 2013. Jalen Edge, 13 years old, poisoned by his mother along with his sister Faith, September 2013. Tamia Aldain, 12 years old, starved, abused, and neglected by her cousin, September 2013. Damian Luke Gully, 14 years old, strangled by his stepfather, November 2013. Randall Barrow, 8 years old, drowned by his mother in murder-suicide, December 2013. Mickey Lipashuk, 52 years old, shot by his father, murder-suicide, December 2013. Damien Verhagen, 9 years old, poisoned and suffocated by his mother in a murder-suicide, January 2014. Vincent Fan, 24 years old, shot by his mother in a murder-suicide, January 2014.
Okay.
And the sad thing is, this keeps going on.
And it's an incomplete list.
It's an incomplete list. There are several since then, people who've been killed by people they trusted. And
yes.
it doesn't even include caregivers who are not relatives. And that happens too.
Yes, absolutely. And there's also, as it has been brought up in the chat, a lot of cases where murders like this have happened and have been written off as accidents. So, I mean, it's very...
And then there were the school and institution-based ones.
Yes, those as well.
Those are legion.
And as well as police violence as well. There's a case, Stefan Watts, that is the one that I particularly try to remember every year, where his parents were told to call the cops if they were having a hard time instead of calling a crisis team. And he had a butter knife in his hands, and he lunged at one of the cops, and the other cop shot him to death. And his case is not isolated. So
no, and Savannah, the thing is, in the state where I live in Minnesota, personal care attendants are supposedly no longer allowed to restrain their clients, and family members are directed to call the police. I will never do that. You cannot trust a cop. They are armed with deadly force, and they don't seem to think twice about using it.
Um, I mean, I think that the next thing that I'm going to have read, I haven't decided if I'm going to be the one reading it or not, is actually, we have stuff from Leroy Moore about police brutality. And I think that would be a good next one to read. Thank you so much for coming on, Jane.
Anything I could do to help?
Yep. So thank you.
I
I
don't get
don't know.
off.
I don't know if you want to stay on or not.
If
If
there's
you
anything else you'd like me to read, I've got some time when I could later on.
okay, would you like to read Leroy's thing? It is in the readings.
On the list.
In the readings, if you click the little arrow to have it drop down, it is under
Yep.
Leroy Moore.
Brutality, part 2.
Yes, that.
Is that part 2? Ah, yes, I will read that with. Yes.
Alrighty, thank you. And while you do that, I'm actually going to go run to the bathroom and take care of a couple of things real quick, if that's all right.
Okay, no problem.
Alrighty, thank you so much.
Leroy Moore, Killings of People with Disability, Part 2. Brutality Against and the Broken Promises of Training. Police brutality against people with disabilities and broken promises of training. For decades, my communities and I have heard broken promises of decreasing cases of police shootings of people with disabilities by introducing more training. This answer has been around since the late 80s, when I began to get involved in this issue. There have to be more answers, but if we have to only deal with training and be forced to live with this broken record, then let's tweak the evaluation of these trainings. How? Have an independent board of people with all kinds of disabilities that would go from state to state, city to city, not only evaluate the training, but collecting data of those cases for a national report. Remember, there is not one report, data, or anything on cases of police brutality against people with disabilities nationally. Disabled organizations and activists can learn from the Malcolm X Grassroots Center in New York, who did a report on police brutality against black people. http://mxgm.org/wp-content//07/07/report, capital R, underline all, underline REV, underline protected, .pdf. On page 7 of the report, it talks about black people with mental health disabilities. The disabled community and organizations must take on this issue nationally and locally. We live in a country based on numbers. For example, we do the U.S. Census every 10 years. Nonprofits keep numbers to get more funding. So the same with this issue. We need to keep records, get data, get reports, get numbers. Add race and class to police brutality against people with disabilities. The recent case of a white young man with developmental disability roughed up at a movie theater and he passed away in custody. Now, National Down Syndrome Congress is discussing with media coverage their efforts to develop a nationwide training program for law enforcement and first responders on how to handle individuals with developmental disabilities. For people of color with disabilities at this time, there are very few local organizations, and on a national level, it is almost zero. The disabled rights movement haven't dealt with their racism, and because of that, many national disabled organizations lack strong voices of people of color with disabilities. National organizations of people with color need to work with people of color with disabilities and the National Black Disabled Coalition, etc. As we all know, the majority of cases of police brutality against people with disabilities don't come under training, but just blunt discrimination, profiling, and not listening, as you will soon see and hear from these video and audio clips. There is a video clip here that says U.S. police used taser on an innocent deaf woman, and I believe the link for that is http://www.youtube.com/watch?V as in Victor equals cap m small h small j cap k small j cap j cap k cap I cap U. One thing has been common in some cases is parents, providers, and others call police for help, but it ends up deadly. Can we have an alternative phone number? Tap into local orgs that have been on the front line on this issue, like Idris Stelly Foundation, Poor Magazine. Increase cultural work on this issue into the broader arts and media arena, like Crip Hop Nation, /5th Battalion Mixtape Hip Hop CD by artists with disabilities. And there's a list on this of more information and more articles and links. This is on the sidebar.
Alrighty, and I posted a link to this in the chat. Thank you, Jane. I'm going to let you go, and I'm going to pull up and play the YouTube video that Leroy included.
So, okie dokie.
Alright. Thank you so much. Bye-bye. Alrighty. So, if you don't mind the noise of my dog here, she's trying to help me deal with anxiety and things, so she's like, well, why aren't I on your lap? So, hold on just a moment. There is going to be an advertisement before the clip. So, just a heads up.
According to an investigation by a CBS News affiliate, Tacoma, Washington police used force to arrest and handcuff an innocent deaf woman after she called 911 asking them for help. The woman, identified as LaShawn White, says she called 911 for police assistance after someone attacked her in her apartment, but instead she ended up bloody and in jail for nearly 3 days without an interpreter.
But if she was unable to speak, it seems that the police should be trained on how to handle certain situations. If a person is handicapped or has other difficulty, there should be some type of training to where they can bring an interpreter in, or they should have taken a little bit more time to assess the situation.
Because she is deaf, White used a special phone to call 911, and an interpreter told Tacoma police to hurry because there is a person beating White up. White has the interpreter tell police, "She's fighting at me, then she chokes me. She's coming right at me." During the phone call, White also makes it known that she is deaf and will not hear anyone knocking. But within seconds of running outside to meet police, an officer pulled his taser and fired a 2-barbed wire into White's ribs and stomach. Witnesses say White began bleeding heavily from her knuckles, and the right side of her face swelled up immediately after she hit the pavement following the taser jolt. She was then handcuffed, arrested, and without the ability to communicate with Tacoma officers who had no sign language skills. Tacoma police arrested White on 2 criminal charges, simple assault and obstruction of a public servant. Then they hauled her into jail, where she would spend spend 60 hours without an interpreter before a city prosecutor reviewed her case and asked that charges not be filed at all. According to Washington state law, if a hearing impaired person is arrested, the arresting officer at the earliest possible time must arrange payment for a qualified interpreter.
I don't understand how she could be arrested if she could not be read her rights. It was obvious that she was deaf or could not respond, or something was an impediment to communication.
White says despite her repeated requests for a certified interpreter, one was not provided. Tacoma police have yet to comment on the case. Ashante Hathaway, Press TV, Washington.
Alrighty, I just realized that I went around checking things while I was doing screen share. Oops. So the link to that video, if you'd like to view it again in the future, is included. It's actually embedded on the page where Leroy's second part is at. I think next I'm going to bring in Emily, who is going to read 3 different things, actually. Emily is going to read 2 posts from Cassiana Sibley. And she's also going to read a post that she wrote up about her friend Al Bing. Yes, just give me one moment while I get us out of screen share. Alrighty. Yeah, this might take a minute. And Emily, I don't think you have to open Hangouts necessarily. I think you can just click on the link that I just sent you and it should add you, which is really useful. In the meantime, I am going to skim through the chat real quick. There was some discussion about police and emergency responders. So there have actually been a couple of cases about people with Down syndrome who have been killed in movie theaters by police or security figures. Now, there's a particular case that was mentioned where a gentleman left to get something for his sister, and he ended up getting beaten up. That is not Ethan Saylor. Ethan Saylor is the gentleman who he wanted to stay and watch the movie that he had seen again, and instead of asking the support staff that was with him to give the theater the money so that he could watch it again, they put him into a restrained a prone hold restraint, hands behind his back, and handcuffed him, and he died of positional asphyxia due to that. Okay, I think we have Emily on because I'm hearing an echo. Emily, can you say something? I can't hear anything. Is your mic working? Well, I know it was working because I overheard something.
Is this working?
Yes, it's working now.
Okay. I just got several errors and had to click through them, and
Yeah, I totally understand. I'm going to mute, and if you want to read, just make sure you announce what the title of what you're reading is and who wrote it, that sort of thing.
okay. Here's the first one, which is from Cassiana, which I think a lot of us really enjoyed and appreciated. Can you hear me? Oh, I'm getting echo. Hang on, I'd better shut. Okay, so here is Cassiana's post about shoes, all about shoes. Here, try on some of my shoes. Yet another parent has tried to kill her child, so of course people are again coming out of the woodwork to demand those of us who say down with that sort of thing walk in her shoes. They seem unaware that we too have shoes. So this is an illustrated guide to most of the shoes I remember walking in. Please return them in good condition. And here's a picture of sandals, white sandals with white straps. Look like summer sandals. And Cassiana says, this is very similar to the sandals I was wearing when it became clear I could read. I was about 2, in my grandparents' kitchen. I could not speak yet, but I was reading. Catalogs and cookbooks mostly. These are what was at my level and had more words than pictures. I also distinctly remember pouring my juice on my lunch and being distressed that the juice wouldn't go back in the cup at this age. And then there are some white sneakers with Velcro closures. Next, I had a pair of shoes like this around the time I was diagnosed. I also had a pair of Punky Brewster sneakers, but what I remember is kicking things with my white Velcro shoes. And Velcroing and unvelcroing over and over and over. I was wearing similar shoes when I learned how to speak. My first words were, "Mommy, go away," in the car. And I put them on the wrong feet, and I was wearing them when my mom split my lip, slapping my face because I didn't look her in the face. And I was wearing them when I realized that all boys look alike in kindergarten. And when I found out that when you can't tell the teacher who is being mean, they're meaner because they get away with it. And when I learned that kids will be nice for a week to get a movie and popcorn, but then they'll be mean again because the behavior chart has the weird kid's name on it, not the names of the people who are the antecedent to the behavior. I was not wearing these or any other shoes during ABA sessions, not after the first time. I had strong little legs even then. And then there's a pair of lace-up little shoes for a young child, Reeboks by the logo on the box. These were my first tie shoes. I wore them to soccer practice. I wasn't good at soccer and only played in first grade. I was overwhelmed and afraid of the ball. I couldn't track it, and too much was going on. I regularly melted down when we played monkey in the middle. I wasn't very good, and so the coach called me Monkey, and I thought he was making fun of me. Spoiler alert, he was. Adults make fun of children all the time. So that was it for soccer. I was also wearing these shoes in class when the teacher made fun of my handwriting. I don't think I qualify as dysgraphic, but I certainly had poor fine motor skills. She'd call me up to the board to write phonics lessons on the board and then mock my handwriting. She didn't like that I was already reading at a high school level, so she made fun of my writing. She even told my mother that she wouldn't let me read at my level until I had nice handwriting. These were on my feet when I started noticing what it felt like really intense in-body experiences. Not out of body, in body. Like I was stuffed somewhere up inside myself and my body was a mecca. It was very strange, depersonalization or derealization or something. It was also seizure activity, but I couldn't express it very clearly, and so instead of aggressive treatment for epilepsy, I got aggressive treatment for off-task behavior. And of course the bullying just ramped up and up. And next, or actually, I told Cassiani these were my favorite shoes just by the look of the shoes. They're green suede, lace-up shoes. Kind of cute, but as you'll hear, they weren't very cute. It wasn't a very cute stage of her life. If we are looking at life as a series of shoes, these might be the ones that indicated my mother's good parents' choices were going down the tubes. She sent her autistic, sensory defensive, already bullied to PTSD child to a 3-story school in green suede Oxfords. It was the 90s. So let's talk about the years I was at that school, yes? I have already talked ad nauseum about my mother, and all you folks want is for me to take her shoes for a ride, going so far as to defend her abusive behavior, which started when I was at the Green Shoe School. So go review my posts about my mother, and then we're going to talk more about the shoe option. In theory, I wore these shoes to a private school that sought to meet all my educational needs, those of an executive functioning challenge, sensory challenge, socially interesting, profoundly gifted child. The school was advertised as being very good for children like me. In practice, I had no trouble whatsoever grasping the academic content. It was not a challenge. Getting the work done was because the attitude was still, if you're so damn smart, just do it. God, what are you, stupid or something? I was wearing these shoes the first time someone called me retard. It was at the Green Shoe School where I got locked in a locker as teachers walked and got suspended for kicking my way out. It was at the school where I got pushed downstairs, locked into places, touched without permission, had my book stolen, had people cut out chunks of my hair and get away with it, possibly because I have a shit ton of hair, or possibly because the teachers just did not care. It was at this school where the principal threw an ice bag at me after I got hit in the head in PE class. The PE teacher wouldn't let me get ice. I had a concussion. This is before I had dents in my skulls. Shortly before, but before. It was here that I stopped attending art class because it was hell, sensory and social hell. It was here that I learned that you never ever tell an adult or authority figure because when you do, they make your life even harder. It was here that I learned that it is easier to hit back than it is to get help. Where was my option to snap? Walk in my green shoes a while. These black suede lace-up Oxfords are similar to the shoes I wore in high school, and there's a picture of black suede lace-up Oxfords. They started out all new and whole. My self-concept was pretty trashed, however, and any family relationships were well on their way to the sewer, too. See, I got to 9th grade knowing I was smart enough to do anything academic, yet too stupid to actually do it. I got to 9th grade knowing it was my fault if anyone hurt me, even very badly, because I fluttered my hands or didn't look at their faces or didn't grasp that they were trying to be funny fast enough. I got to 9th grade knowing that everything is bullshit. PE was hell, not like middle school hell, where an incompetent fool allowed 6th graders to pick teams, always based on popularity, not actual ability. And even if it was ability, that's still cruel. More in the change, fast, run around in a loud, bright, echoey place just long enough to get really unregulated, change again. So what does an unregulated body do? It cries. Or mine does, given space to just cry and not have anyone in my space. So there was lots of PE crying and trying to explain that there wasn't anything wrong. I just couldn't stop crying. There were things wrong, but they weren't PE. The bullying mostly tapered off in high school. You only need to scare one person who pulls your hair, at least from fellow students. Teachers kept up with the, if you're so damn smart, why are you so damn stupid? And I stopped taking classes that were academically even a bit of a challenge. No one would help me get set up to do the work, so fine. I can pull a great GPA in classes that I can do in class. I beat the valedictorian of the class above me for the highest grade in our biology class. Yet I couldn't write a term paper on a Word because no one would tell me the requirements. For not magically having this knowledge, and a printer that wasn't dot matrix, I was all sorts of stupid. Just ask my freshman English teacher, and my mom was out of fucks to give, just telling me the same thing, that I was smart, so figure it out. These are the shoes I was wearing the first time my mother threw my head into a wall, I think. That might actually have been at Green Shoe School. I know I was wearing these when she started trying to start fights in earnest. Maybe once I hit 90 pounds she thought she'd get some sympathy. She was around 150, so I was still outweighed. These are the shoes I was wearing when I had to jump out of the window to get to school in my sophomore year because my stepdad wouldn't move. The day my mom said she didn't care unless he was naked about to rape me. The day I knew she knew he already had. These are the shoes I wore to Holes. I walked through snow in them, walking home or to the gym to avoid home. I walked through rain in them. My feet got very wet and very cold in these shoes. These are the shoes I was frequently wearing at church, where I had to pretend everything was pretty and lovely even though it wasn't. Next is a green athletic lace-up shoe, not a Converse shoe, but looks like a kid's sort of thing. Oh, they're Skechers. Okay, so let me talk about these shoes. I actually had two pairs, and they weren't identical to these, but I could not find a pair of serge green late 90s Skechers to use as an illustration, so here we are. I had my pair, which were the color of that soda, Surge. Remember Surge? I do. I remember not understanding the big deal, and the other ones were blue. A sister and I were in the same shoe size for about 5 minutes, and I got a second pair of sneakers out of the deal when she grew again. I got a pass to wear sneakers to school in late high school because my ankles were always jacked up. I wore, therefore, really brightly colored sneakers to school. It's probably the worst thing I did as a kid. Being unable to do homework is not actually misbehavior, contrary to the opinion of everyone around me. My shoe pass coincided with my mother being more and more physically abusive, my last name donor's wife being more and more emotionally abusive. I had a group of friends at this point, but what does that do if you're not sure you'll survive your drunk, unpredictable mother? I was wearing these shoes when I was put on Adderall. I was wearing them when the side effects were so bad my gymnastic coach made me promise never to take it again. I was wearing them again when my mother tried to talk to the doctor into jacking up the dose, and then she stormed out when he asked if she was going to take them herself. She was going to take them herself. But autistic children drive their parents to drink, smoke, drugs, and murder, right? I should walk in her shoes. These are the shoes I was wearing when I went to competitions. This isn't particularly relevant, except the day of a state meet in a year I could drive. My mother wanted me to go to church with them before the meet. I declined because everything always smelled like smoke. There is no getting smoke out of a leotard, there really isn't, and because I did not trust her to then take me to the meet on time. We always did have a different sense of what on time meant. She told me that if I didn't go to church, I couldn't come back. I had prepared a bag for this weeks before, because I knew what she was like. I knew escape readiness needed to be a thing. I dragged some blankets and the things I needed for the day through my house and backyard with my mother screaming obscenities, demanding for me to come back so she could beat me or burn me or whatever, as fast as I could go, in these shoes. They took me rotating through houses, and my mother tried to report me as missing and wandering, and what have you after that, tried to get me committed and under guardianship. You can't commit someone you can't find, and it was clear, oh so very clear, that my mother meant me no good at all. She told me I could never come back, and I didn't. These shoes took me out of there, but first they walked me through all sorts of hell. Try them on? And the next one, actually, one of her feet is bare, it looks like, and the other one is wrapped in black thing, or maybe I just can't see it very well. These shoes took me into battle. They took me into battle the day my mom came to come back. Oh, I see. It's bandaged foot. These shoes took me into battle. They took me into battle the day my mother told me to come back and let her dent my skull again or never come back at all. I won state champion that day, and then cried on friends because I didn't know what to do. But these are my battle boots, my calluses and my ankle brace, and now the screws in my ankle, and the order of things is do the job, then lose it. Sometimes, before that day, it was a battle boots a day competition. Sometimes I'd get there whole and fresh and unstressed, riding with a teammate or my sister, or occasionally just my mom. Sometimes I'd be stressed, often for my mom. Sometimes I'd have already put a shoulder back in place that day, or my stepdad would have been forcefully throwing his seat into my knees the whole ride. Autistics are not the only people who have aggressive behaviors, but when he did that it was acceptable. I don't know why. It was, though. Should I walk in his shoes? Next is a picture of a white lace-up, looks like lace-up shoe without shoelaces. I think I had a couple of pairs of these, only mine had laces. They walked with me from the homeless shelter to all sorts of places. Before that, they were on my feet when my last name donors wiped threw hot coffee all over the elf dress I'd made myself. They were on my feet when I fled my last name donor's house because his wife just would not get out of my face, and I hate physically defending himself. But just once, flight was actually somewhat an option. I had to knock over a sibling who was twice my size, but he was on the stairs and had plenty of opportunity to move and was looking for a fight. If I was not moving so fast, again, I could have died that night, or been wrongfully put in a hospital or under guardianship. These shoes came with me when I was trying to get my med situation for epilepsy figured out. They took me in the car, on buses, on foot, to pharmacies, and to the doctor. I had a very nice doctor who let me pay with writing instead of money when I had no insurance. They took me to apply for Medicaid when they told me I should get knocked up if I want insurance so badly. They took me to grocery stores where I'd get lost in the chaos. They were my homeless shelter shoes. The shelter was the only place I had ever lived where I knew I wasn't going to be attacked at night. The homeless shelter was the only place I had ever lived where I wasn't going to be attacked at night. One more time, with feeling, the homeless shelter was the only place I had ever lived where I knew I wasn't going to be attacked at night. These were the shoes on my feet when I was very, very physically ill, when my mother told me to get a real job or die on the streets. That's the last time I ever spoke to her. These were the shoes I had when, technically, I did die for some definitions of die. These are the shoes of the year of the seizure, a year I barely remember because frequent seizures don't let your brain move from things from short-term to long-term memory. These are the shoes I had when I found out very physically ill was adrenal insufficiency, and it was actually quite surprising that I hadn't died from it yet. And these are the shoes I had when the year of the seizure ended. These, too, were the shoes that eventually took me into the West, when I had to relearn how to walk. These are the shoes that took me to so many doctors who did not believe an orthopedist screwed up my ankle surgery. The first one who actually looked at it was appalled at exactly how messed up my ankle was. But autistic people don't understand pain, you see, or how things work, so I could have been making it all up. My left shoe wore out ages faster than my right one, because I didn't walk with my right foot for nearly a year. For a while I was living on a rice cake and peanut butter a day, nothing else, because I could not get to the store and bring things home. Spokane Autism Society kept me from starving to death. They were the first autism organization that I met that did actually helpful direct action for an autistic person. I was 25, and they were the first. How are these looking for you? They look a little like sneakers/moccasins with brown laces. They're kind of neat. Or maybe you'd like these. These are my rock climbing shoes. I was wearing these when a teacher told me straight up that he refuses to teach autistic students, that I cannot appreciate the risk inherent in rock climbing. Perhaps yoga would be more my speed. This teacher broke all sorts of privacy laws, and the school didn't care because I'm autistic. These look like blue and with some sparklies or something on them. Lace-up Converse. Chuck Taylors. Or maybe low-cut. Are these more to your liking? These are the ones I was wearing when, again and again, supposedly good people, you know they're good because they will tell you they're good, assaulted me with flash cameras. Walk in their shoes. They want a picture, a flash picture. The ADA doesn't really exist. I was completely confused and disoriented, not quite sure of my address, more than once because of this. These folks claimed again and again that they'd make access a thing, and instead recruited a professional photographer to do their flash dirty work. Portland Liddy Society? Fuck yeah. Should I walk in their shoes? Is the epilepsy and the autism contagious from dancing with me? I'm actually a good dancer. Take a spin in these shoes. And these are some green, low-cut, lace-up. Or try these. They're shoes I wore to the ASAN Vigils both years now. I was wearing them when I heard about Alex Sparalicus. I've explained ableism in these shoes. The last time I was called retard to my face, I was wearing these shoes. It still hurts, just so you know. One of the many times a parent told me to my face that she'd have understood if my mother killed me, I was wearing these shoes. That was at school. The disability services people nearby shrugged and asked what I wanted them to do about it. I want, just once, for the people who are supposed to be on our side to be on our side. That's all. And these are, Again, the picture is kind of unclear. They're black and purple and green athletic shoes, sneakers type shoes. Or these. These are the ones I wear in the summer. These are the shoes I was wearing when I heard about Issy Stapleton. These are the shoes I've been wearing to get shit done, because it doesn't stop needing doing just because the world sucks, while people are defending the attempted murder of Issy Stapleton. These are the shoes I wear to go help other autistic people, because folks are too busy yelling about services for parents to see that we're being shoved into the cracks to rot. These are the shoes I wear to go do things so my mind doesn't crack under the hopelessness of it all, sometimes. These shoes are falling apart at the seams, but they're mine. Maybe you should take them for a spin. And I'll try and get that other tax. I had it somewhere. Let me find it. And here it is. Okay, this is Cassiana again, from March 13th, 2012. I kind of have to put the date there because we write these, sadly we have to write these periodically. It seems every few months we have to write articles like this, and it sucks that it has to be that way. Yeah, so, okay. So here's, you keep killing us, and I am pissed. Allow me my rage a moment. If you can't handle a disclaimer, free post in which I tell you that my rage doesn't apply to you, if you need hand-holding and cuddles, go find a different post. This one is not for you. I fucking hate autism parents. I fucking hate autism professionals, and I fucking hate every media outlet that provides them a platform for their dehumanizing tales of self-pity and woe. I don't give a flying fuck how different your kid is from what you wanted. The kid you have didn't steal your dream baby in the night to make you miserable. The kid you have is yours, a real person, not just a pile of deficits and fuel for your cries of poor me. You're moaning and dehumanizing his consequences. Your pity parties legitimize murder, for fuck's sake. Every time you people go tell a reporter that your child is a curse, you totes understand why people snap and murder their autistic family members. You are adding to a culture that devalues our lives and denies our humanity. You are contributing to a society where you are a martyr when you kill one of us. In what universe is that acceptable? And shame, no, I need a stronger word, but I do not know one. Shame on each and every reporter who pitches a pity and war story. Shame on every editor that salivates over it, and shame on every goddamn news outlet that publishes it. You fuckers are partially culpable in every murder of an autistic, since autism was a word people know. You fuckers are the reasons that our dead never see justice. You are fucking scum. You spread horror and despondency about our lives, and you make our murderers out to be the good guys. People are not supposed to sympathize with murderers. You are sacks of shit because you convince them to go against thousands of years of evolution, and you do so. You convince them that emphasizing with our killers is the right thing to do. How do you fuckers even live with yourselves? You are why I'm so angry. If you people of responsibility to us and to accuracy, cannot even manage to not paint us as less than, cannot manage to scrape together enough collective decency to say, that shit is not okay when one of us is murdered, what the fuck can I expect from the rest of the world? If you're going to glorify our abusers and murderers, the only healthy response from me is wrath. I have to be angry and raged because you won't do it. My people are being slaughtered. Anger and hate is how people are supposed to respond to that. I hate because my wrath and disgust is long overdue and nowhere near as strong as you deserve. And I really like that piece. It speaks to me and to the, well, it speaks to all of us, of course, but to the next piece that I'm going to read is about Al Bing, a friend of mine who was murdered at the group home across the street. And at the time, I was sort of unaware that people could be so callous and, so assured that they were doing the right thing when they let us die. And it's kind of a realization I've had over the last little while, trying to get people held accountable, but they don't see that they should be held accountable even after all this time. People don't care, and it's hard to get people to care. The only people who care are you guys, and some other people care, but not in the way that we care. And it's like when Cassiana is saying people are not supposed to sympathize with murderers. A lot of people, for whatever reason, do not seem to understand that. And even when I posted the article about Al Bing that I'm about to read, on an event that Cassiana was doing at U of Washington yesterday, my staff came in on Thursday and said, the first thing she said was, "Why are you posting that article about Al Bing again? It's old, and they just want it swept under the rug to go away, but it really shouldn't be swept under the rug and go away, and we need to get the rest of the world to see that somehow." So I'm gonna try and read that post now. Okay, here it is. The Death of Al Bing by Emily Titan. This is a hard post for me to write for a variety of reasons, not the least of which that there are those who prefer I didn't write it at all. But it is because of that, among other reasons, that I must write it. Oh, and it was written April 17th, 2012, and I'm still trying to get people to do something about it, and they don't seem to want to. So when George Hodgins was murdered on March 6th, my friends in the autistic and cross-disability communities had the same reaction we've long had to those of us killed by the very people who were supposed to care for us and love us, our parents, our caregivers. We were horrified, outraged, and frightened for ourselves and our friends. When society places so little value on disabled lives that when an autistic or otherwise disabled person is murdered or dies of medical neglect, for example from lack of or subpar medical care, and is tacitly condoned by society, that is a scary thing. We know, and know only too well, it could be any of us next, or any one of our brothers and sisters in the movement. Any one of us could be murdered or allowed to die, and it would be all right with society. The media would say how tough our parents or caregivers had it, and what life we did have was made far better than it would have been otherwise. How fortunate we had been to have that. And most people out there wouldn't think twice about it, except maybe, thank goodness there are people kind enough to take care of them while they live. It's always nice to know people think so highly of you that others are thought kind enough to care for you, even after you've died at their hands or through neglect or failure to act. Annette Corvo, a woman in Canada, has recently taken to both Canadian and American TV to talk about her desire to legally euthanize her two institutionalized adult children. When she appeared on Canadian television, there was a live blog feature which I and several of my disability rights advocate friends took part in. My fellow bloggers have written coverage of that event. As we talked with the panelists through our comments, it became clear to me, and I'm sure to my friends and others there as well, that the people in attendance truly, actually believed that ending the life of a disabled person, without any input or consent needed on the part of the person to be killed, no less, would be a kindness and an act of mercy. And that realization was terrifying. These people were quite overt and explicit in their stated views, but what about people who aren't so overt? Most non-disabled people cannot immediately grasp this sort of visceral fear, and that is part of the problem also. Many non-disabled people also cannot grasp that our society tacitly condones killing us, and we, people with disabilities, are far too often made to be complicit in that as well. Many non-disabled people, those who are and who are not parents, or parents of people with disabilities, special education teachers, and those who work in the fields of human services and disability, are outraged at the thought and say to us, and to each other, they would never condone our murder or any other gross disrespectful treatment of us or allow it. And it's true that they may not actively, directly wish us harm, but many of the implicit societal attitudes, those cultural memes which we may not even consciously be aware we are carrying around with us, and the history of how we have been treated as people with disabilities definitely points to this being the case. Even the fact it is proving so ridiculously difficult to write this would seem to be another example of internalized ableism. Yes, but also the fact that the things that happen to us do not matter and should be tucked under the rug and glossed over, because, well, sometimes these things happen. And it is so pervasive and conditioned into us as well as we grow up that we start to believe it ourselves, and speaking out begins to feel like a crime. I'm going to tell you what happened to a friend of mine last September. Al Bing, 48 years old, multiple disabilities, uses a wheelchair. He was a wonderful man with one of the biggest hearts of everyone I know. I think I can truly say that anyone who knew him loved him. He had a hard life, but he never let that get him down, always with a ready smile and a hug for everyone. I really miss him, and I wish I'd talked more about him here, so I'll just insert that he's from Liberia originally, and there was a civil war, and his father was a high up in the government. I'm not exactly sure who he was, but He was killed during the Civil War, right in front of Al, and so his aunts took him to London, and he went to live with his aunt and uncle in London for a bit, and from there they ended up in Rhode Island, and the aunts, I guess, found a service provider, and they said that they would care for him, and yeah, so that's how he ended up here. But this is an amazing man, a remarkable man who'd been through a lot, and he'd seen his father shot right in front of him, but he was still always smiling, and he would hug you, and he'd always ask how you were first, and he was just such a caring, loving, wonderful person, and everyone loved him. Yeah, I miss him. Anyway, back to the reading. He received services from the same agency service provider that I do, and due to an injury was temporarily living at the group home across the street from me when this happened. My staff person and I had visited him that afternoon, and he seemed absolutely fine, his usual self. We high-fived and laughed and got our hugs, and asked him how his day was after returning errands, then came back here to my apartment. My staff person had the overnight shift at the group home that night, and so she went back over as usual, and as usual I wished her a good shift, and we smiled as she left. I was very surprised to receive the following text from her the next morning, at around 8:15. Albing passed away last night. Sorry to be the bearer of bad news. My texted reply was, how, what, has, what the fuck? Frown face. And my non-texted reply was to get my shoes on and go across the street to find the answer to my question. She had already gone home. She had texted as she was leaving, so I spoke to the other staff person who'd been there that night, and the first two shift staff people who had just arrived at work. What they told me was that Al had suddenly gotten very sick, complaining first of stomach pains and then of trouble breathing, progressing to vomiting and a distended belly, continually and progressively complaining more loudly. As is protocol, they called the manager on duty when he first felt sick, and then at every escalation of symptoms following the first call, they called again, and asked for the nurse to come check on him. The manager that night happened to be the manager of Al's usual group home, and she said that Al had been to the hospital 3 times before and had been found to have had a panic attack. She told the staff to put him to bed, and that he'd be fine. Only one staff person was assigned to duty. The other, a CNA, had stayed from second shift out of the goodness of her heart because she could tell that Al wasn't right and was worried and wanted to stay and help the assigned staff person just in case. My immediate thought this had to be because of the budget cuts. At this time, there had recently been a $24 million budget cut in services to people with disabilities, and we had been told to look for stories and tell our stories and talk to the legislature, but as has become clear, they only want us to talk to the legislature when it benefits the service providers. Yeah, I'll be writing a lot more about that later, but that sort of provides a little extra background to why I first thought of the budget cuts. I couldn't understand why they would not have sent the nurse over otherwise. Years ago, I'd had a severe bellyache, and they sent the nurse, who'd come over very late at night to check me out, and conferred with the ER and took me there. So I said as much, and the staff shook her head, saying that she'd actually been told she'd be written up if she called 911. She continued and told me she and the other staff had put Al to bed, but had to move him because he was in such great pain it was making it impossible for his roommate to sleep. After a while, he seemed to get to sleep, or at least he wasn't crying out. The staff on duty went to check on him about 2.5 hours from the time Al's symptoms started, and found him unresponsive and not breathing. 911 was called at that point, but by then it was too late. I was pretty dazed and stunned. I sat with a woman who lived at the group home with whom Al had begun a relationship, rubbing her back. She was crying inconsolably, and I sympathized, hugging her. This was insane. Al had been fine yesterday afternoon. Various administrators came, as happened, and they thanked me for coming. I told them I wouldn't want to be anywhere else. Other managers came and went. I just sat or walked around, asking what was going to happen. I texted another staff person who I knew who was very close to Al, and he dropped by to offer his condolences later that morning. I couldn't get the fact that the nurse had not come to see Al out of my head. These were all good people I had known for over 10 years. All, one would say, caring people, devoted to their jobs and the people they supported. Ask any of them and they will tell you they love us. We're like family. Of course they'd want to do everything in their power to get us the medical care we need. Of course. So what had happened? The recent budget cuts, an advocacy group had been asking for stories of people severely impacted by them health-wise. What a perfect example, I thought. Plus, the administrators had been worried about them for months. Now I thought surely a man's death would be enough to get the department director to think twice. When a manager who had previously been my case manager came over, I told her what I had been told and said, please tell them and find out. The nurse wasn't sent because of the budget cuts, right? Even then I felt like I was reaching too quickly for a rationalization. You do that at such times. One of the senior administrators asked if she could talk to me. She was holding the SER's significant event reports that the staff who had been there overnight had written. I nodded. As she talked to me and asked me what I had been told, she referred to the SERs. She basically asked me to relate the events of the morning, which I did. Her questions focused around who had told me what, and I told her that didn't matter. What mattered to me was that the nurse had not been called to Al and bringing it to the attention of the administrators and finding out whose decision that had been. Not to mention that at least one person had been told not to call 911 or she'd be in trouble. What kind of, I couldn't even. She then asked me to write my own SER. Perplexing and starting to feel even worse about things, I refused. You have their SERs. What do you need one from me for? She nodded and went off to talk to someone else. And then about 15 minutes later, I got a text from the executive director of the agency asking me to come meet with her in her office now. I got a sinking feeling in my stomach. That couldn't be good. Oh man, I really shouldn't have said that. Why do I keep thinking I can trust the administration? I mean, but who else do you tell? This is Rhode Island after all. And isn't it good to be transparent, open, and honest? After hemming and hawing a bit, I'd asked if anybody could give me a ride over to the office. Someone did, and I was told to go right up. She asked me to start from the beginning. I sighed and began. She kept trying to pin me down on exactly what staff said what, and I didn't want to get anyone in trouble, and it sounded like she wanted to know who would talk to me, so I kept not saying who said what exactly. This went on for a while, and then I told her as plainly as I could that I wanted to know why. Al had been allowed to die when he is obviously in such distress, and that it was sort of scary for me to think of others not getting the treatment they needed. She explained the protocol to me, that he had recently been to the hospital several times and had been fine, and that he had had panic attacks that caused his throat to tighten. And she had also shared with me his truly interesting life story and how he came to be under their care. He had no medical insurance, so they took him on as a client without charge. They genuinely cared for him and loved him. This I believe, and I know many of the staff did. No doubt they cared. Why then did this happen? The budget cuts, I said hopefully. That at least would explain why the nurse wasn't sent. No, it's not the budget cuts, the director said firmly. Why was she so sure, and why was she so quick to reject what seemed to me like a perfectly good answer? Perhaps because it actually wasn't about the budget cuts. Later I asked her again about going to the Developmental Disabilities Department and saying, a man is dead because of your cuts. She sighed her weary sigh, winced, and said, don't blame it on the budget cuts. Someone will be arrested. Now that was, I thought at the time, a puzzling statement. And why was the director seemingly much more concerned with the fact that staff had told me about it, thus breaching professional protocol, than with the fact that someone made a bad judgment call, as one of the administrators put it to me later? And why in the world was she more concerned about who had told me what, than she turned bit gossip? I don't think the direct accounts of 4 staff people whom I've known for years and trust, and they me, or they wouldn't have talked to me in the first place, count as gossip. Especially about something like this. This would seem to be a wonderful thing to talk about as an agency, as a community. But no one ever does, and speaking about it is always in low tones, out of earshot of anyone who might want to do something to change that. And as I have said, these staff people and directors are good people, all of them. I somehow feel the need to state that, and that this is very much about Al, yes, but also very much about more than one person, more than one place, more than one state or even one country. It's about getting people to look at their own attitudes and how even good people with the best of intentions can make mistakes based on personal feelings, attitudes, moods, best guesses, judgment calls. And it's true, sometimes people with the best of intentions make the wrong judgment call. As I was told, sometimes people's personal lives are in a jumble and they have stress and make errors, but this is more than one person's error, more than one person's mistake. And now the director was talking to me about how the press had wanted to crucify her over something that happened over 10 years ago. A death that was not their fault and was much more accident and unavoidable. And it was because they gave her the dignity of risk that she fell asleep while smoking a cigarette at the kitchen table. Very sad, and yes, some people in town thought she should have had more than care, But what was important to her was her independence, and she protected it fiercely. Didn't want to live in a group home or have 24/7 staffing. I admired that. And as horrible as it is, many people die in cigarette smoking accidents each year, disabled and non-disabled alike. It gave her that dignity, the freedom to make her own choices and say what she wanted and did not want. And now they remembered that when hearing me talk about my concerns about Al. Al plainly said he wanted more care and oversight and to be taken to a hospital. You'd think, given the above, they might have said, "Oh my, yes, we don't want people to think we don't look out for our people." I put that to her, and she sighed deeply, looking like she'd just gotten the worst migraine ever. "Oh, Emily, please, don't talk about this. This is more than one agency, one state. It's a systemic flaw inherent to the power structure and protocols that allow this kind of thing to happen, and allows for a lack of accountability when it does. But because of the very same protocols, seemingly, no one talks about it, and without discussion, nothing is going to change." I told her I wasn't going to do anything other than get to the truth, and then, if nothing else happened at all, maybe at least make an Al's law that would say that any time a person in a group home or under care says they are experiencing severe pain, and especially if they show symptoms such as Al was, that they be taken to the hospital, and not judged or punished if they were not in fact at death's door. And so that no one would die the way Al had because someone thought they knew what was going on. Because what the director said to me at the end was, "We gave him a good life. It was just his time." And I wrote after that, because of my position and relationship to these people and things I'd seen and heard before, and being stunned, I didn't know what to do. But it aided me until one day I was talking to my dear friend Ari Nemen, president of the Autistic Self-Advocacy Network, about something completely different. I stopped and said, "Ari, I'm sorry, I have to tell you this story." And I told him what I just wrote. He listened, and then he suggested I call the protection advocacy people. I wasn't sure exactly who they were. He put me in touch with a lawyer friend of his to discuss further, who turns out to be Sam Crane, who many of us know, and she has since become a wonderful friend to me. And she told me, and I had to chuckle because of the Disability Law Center. I know someone there. She had helped me out when my mom tried to get guardianship over me when I was in my 20s. And after I returned from Outcome 2011 and after further texting with Ari, I called my friend that Monday and told her about Al and a couple of other things, and she started an investigation. Ari and Al, I feel like you've both been wanting this post for a while. Sorry it took me so long, but thanks for your encouragement along the way. Thank you also to Savannah and Erin, neither of whom have gotten enough sleep over the last few days. I love you both, and thank you to my friends over there who gave me the space and place to do this. To be continued. And I guess my continuation, I need to start writing more about this, but my continuation basically would be that, I talked to the QI people, that's the people who were supposed to investigate these things, and the Disability Law Center people, and the Disability Law Center people said the QI people were supposed to send them a report that they never sent. The QI people said they were never asked to make a report, and the director of my service provider agency just basically shoots daggers at me and doesn't talk to me much at all. So, yeah, I'm thinking at some point I should go confront her again about this, but she's just really, really mad at me, and it makes things really, really hard. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I'm gonna return to the chat room now and see. I think, where's the chat room? Right there. Okay.
Okay. Thank you so much for reading those for us, Emily. Yeah. In the chat room right now, there's a little bit of talk about personal stories, and I would like to encourage anyone listening to go ahead and go into the Mibit chat and feel free to share any personal stories that you have. I think it's really important to do that. I know that for me, these vigils have an extra layer of meaning. When I was a kid, my mother was married to her second husband, and he was a very bad man. I can and have written a lot about the different things that he did. But one of those things that he did was that he put me in prone restraint. He tried to teach my siblings that I would never be competent. He told them that I would always be like an 8-year-old. He locked me out of the house a couple of times. There was a lot of things that he did. And the day of the first vigil, I was actually in DC for the first vigil back in 2012. And on the way into town for the vigil, I got a call from my mother, saying that she had gotten a call from a medical examiner down in Florida that Rick was dead, and that I would never have to worry that when I was out in the world that he would be somewhere in that crowd, because he is dead. And I was in shock for a while, and I only really started to come out of it during the vigil itself. So yeah, for me, these vigils are not just, they're important on a personal level beyond just remembering people. It's remembering people and remembering to keep fighting for the people that we still have. The quote that we've used on a lot of the vigil materials from Mother Jones, mourn for the dead and fight like hell for the living, I think is just a really important thing. And yeah. So anyways, yes, I would encourage people to, if you have a personal story, to please share it. because I think that that's an important part of this, is sharing our stories so that we can make sure that it doesn't happen again. Okay. That was kind of heavy. I'm waiting to hear from a friend of mine who gave me my friend Aisha wrote something that I've added to the readings list. I'm waiting to hear from her. So I think what I'm going to read next is a blog post called Dehumanizing by Ariane Zurcher. Her daughter Emma when I approached her about writing something, Emma, it takes a lot of work for Emma to write anything, and Emma just really was not up to it, and that's perfectly understandable to me. And so instead, I'm going to read something that her mother wrote. That back when Izzy Stapleton, when we first heard about Izzy, so, but yes, continue talking in the chat, and I'll come back to look over and stuff after I'm done reading Ariane's post. Okay. Dehumanizing. A daughter lies unconscious in a hospital. Her doctors fear she'll have permanent brain damage as a result of carbon monoxide poisoning. The mother is charged with attempted murder. We are told the daughter is aggressive. We are told she was autistic. I cannot stop thinking about Issy. As I write this, she is lying in a hospital bed unconscious. I cannot stop picturing a photo of her laughing, her blonde hair glimmering in the sunlight, her head thrown back, a look of joy on her face. And I am angry. We live in a society where news articles with titles like "More U.S. Families in the Grip of Autism" are commonplace. People equate autism to cancer, refer to autism as a burden, a crisis, and an epidemic. The Judge Rotenberg Center is allowed to remain open despite their continued use of electric shock as a viable treatment. We live in a society that has allowed schools to put young students in isolation rooms. Physical restraints are becoming more prevalent in public schools, and the word treatment is used loosely and covers a great many behavioral plans, some of which allow autistic people to be abused and even killed. We have succeeded in dehumanizing a segment of our population that includes my daughter. Anger does not begin to cover what I'm feeling. And she links to some related posts, and those are Bodies and Behaviors by Michael Scott Monge Jr. at Shaping Clay. It is Wrong to Murder Your Autistic Child by Judy Endow at Ollie Bean. To Issy Stapleton with Love by Cassiana. A Walk in Their Shoes by Paula Durbin Westby. Blaming the Victim, an autism parent story from a blog called That Autistic That Newtown Forgot. And finally, Media Throws Autism Parents Under the Bus Again, by Ibby Grace. There's a link to the post Dehumanizing in the readings section, and you should take a look and maybe look at some of the blogs that she linked to. Alrighty. The discussion in the chat room right now is a little bit about being raised or socialized as gifted. There's also some discussion about mental health disabilities and about misconceptions around diagnosis for autism. So yes, I need, in addition to being autistic and having mental health disabilities myself, I have fibromyalgia, and I also have some connective tissue issues, and I really need to move a little bit. So I am going to step away from the computer. So anyways, feel free to email me at sbreakstone@autisticadvocacy.org. And please participate in the chat. It's been a really great chat, and people seem to be supporting each other. So like I said, it's a really great chat, and the more people we have that are able to come together to help each other and support each other today while we are remembering these lives and thinking about these issues. Alrighty, like I said, I'm going to step away for a minute. And I will be back hopefully shortly. And I'm back. Alrighty, thank you for holding. So let me check the chat and see how we're doing. Pardon me. There's a little bit of fibro stuff mentioned. Because I sometimes get really disoriented when I take my fibro meds, I'm putting off until I finish the chat, which is probably not the smartest idea, but alrighty. A little bit of talk about Mibit stuff. About the chat room. And about how sometimes there's issues with Mibit. Now my dog is trying to burrow under my computer. So that's why the computer's all wonky right now. Or why the camera's all wonky. It's because my dog has decided that the place that she needs to be is under the computer. Molly, you can wait. Wait. There is some mention about the Rhode Island Autism Registry. Thank you for joining us, Molly. Let's see. There's a little bit of a talk about child abuse in the chat as well right now. Thanks for the welcome back, guys. I was just back scrolling. And some of it, let's see, chaotic idealism made the comment of, because if you defend yourself, you're the one who's the violent person, which is definitely something that a number of people with disabilities can attest to, being an actual, an actual issue that tends to come up is that people end up being blamed for the violence that happens to them, and blamed for defending themselves. Let's see. And so we're talking a little bit about self-defense and that sort of thing. I have written a post called I Was One of the Scary Kids. I'm not going to read it, but I also was somebody who had behaviors that were frightening to people who were outside of my head. So there was also a comment of talking about how some people have a freeze response. A lot of us are taught, oh, it's flight or fight response, and that's not the complete picture. It's fight, flight, or freeze. And for me, my scary behavior was charging, which was actually a flight response, primarily. Chaotic idealism and chaotic idealism has mentioned that they freeze. But there are definitely people that fight back, and that is, definitely a natural response, and we can't really predict whether somebody's response is going to be a fight response, a flight response, or a freeze response. The conversation is also talking a bit about bullying. Terminus has said a little bit about elementary school deciding that having much older students, the 6th graders and the 1st graders doing physical education together, and that caused problems. A little bit of discussion about how some people thought that the bullies were their friends, which is unfortunately a very common story that I hear from people. Autistic Aloha has mentioned that she decided to not talk to her mother. Her mother might be their mother. Because of the ongoing abuse situation. So, yes. I'm going to check around and make sure. Check and see if there's anything else going on. There were quite a few sites for vigils. I know that a couple of the vigils are going to be posting video of their event tomorrow. And I'll try to remember to put some of the links to some of the other events stuff on the event page in the future. Yeah. So. Yeah. Okay. So we were sent a a link to an article from the people that were running the Rochester, New York Vigil, which is primarily people from Not Dead Yet that were involved in the Rochester Vigil. And they sent a link saying that they were planning on reading an article from the Ragged Edge, which is a disability zine type setup. Definitely worth checking out the Ragged Edge. The name of the article is Father's Day 2000 by Dick Sobsey. It is on the list of things that we are reading. You go to the sidebar and click the readings and you will find it. Okay. Father's Day 2000 by Dick Sobsey. Almost 50 years ago, I used to watch Roy Rogers and Dale Evans on TV. When I was 6, Roy and Dale were kind of heroes that I needed. I was still learning about the world, and their show made it easy to tell the good guys from the bad ones. What I didn't know back then was that Roy and Dale were also the parents of severely handicapped children. Their daughter, Robin, had Down syndrome with lots of complications. She only lived a couple years, but Roy and Dale loved her and did everything they could to keep her alive as long as they could. Dale was one of the first parents to speak out about being the mother of a child with severe developmental disability in a time when most parents hid such children. Roy joined her in telling people that Robin had been a wonderful blessing for their family. They were heroes in more ways than one back then, and just like their show, it was easy to tell who the good guys were. Now Father's Day in the year 2000 is here. I'm looking at an old photo of Roy Rogers holding his precious daughter, Robin Elizabeth. It makes me think about what it means to be a father. As a father who lost a severely handicapped daughter many years ago and who does the best he can to preserve and protect the life of another one today, I think I recognize the love in his eyes. In my mind, I can still hear Roy and Dale singing Happy Trails to You at the end of each show. It was sweet and a little sad when I heard it back then, and now I recognize its deeper meaning for them. Today, life is a lot more complicated. We have new heroes. In a few days, Robert Latimer's conviction comes before the Supreme Court of Canada. Repeatedly, we told that he was a hero for killing his child, for sparing her from a life of misery. People tell me he must have been compassionate, rational, brave. Media experts tell me that he must have loved his daughter a lot to do what he did. I guess it's new millennium and we have different kinds of heroes now. There's certainly no shortage of them. Michael Gentry will be sentenced for involuntary manslaughter of his 15-year-old severely handicapped daughter in Los Angeles on July 6. Perhaps this too was an act of love. Odo Orlick stabbed his 14-year-old severely handicapped daughter more than 30 times before she died in Wisconsin in 1998. How many fathers could be that rational or compassionate? 8-year-old Justin Blair, who is blind and had cerebral palsy, was beaten to death with a hammer by his father in New Hampshire. I can't imagine the kind of courage that would require. There are 110 fathers, stepfathers, foster fathers, and adoptive fathers who are implicated in the homicides of their developmentally mentally disabled children in our current homicide database at the University of Alberta. These heroes shot, scalded, stabbed, poisoned, electrocuted, starved, beat, drowned, hanged, smothered, beat, and gassed their disabled children to death. One father, who was enraged because the hospital would not give his child the care he felt was required, threw the child out of a 12-story window. Only a few cases get much attention from the media. Often the sentences are light. In 1984, Louise Brown's father killed her and then claimed that his car had been stolen with her in it. The judge sentenced him to only 5 years for killing his daughter who had Down syndrome because he thought that his that her father might have been traumatized by having a disabled child. After all, he was no threat to society and a model citizen, just another heroic father overcome with grief who spared his disabled daughter, his beloved family, a life of unimaginable suffering. The English courts were less forgiving when he came back before them in 1997. They sentenced him to life for killing his brother by stabbing him 63 times. Now, I confess that I'm not the best father in the world. There are times when I could be a better father to my son who has a severe disability, and times when I could be a better father to my daughter who doesn't. I'll never be the hero who takes decisive and drastic action. I know dozens of other fathers of kids with disabilities who are also less than perfect. They will never be heroes of the new millennium. They'll just face life one day at a time, usually a little sleep-deprived, feeling their way in unexplored territory. Many of them have much tougher challenges than I do. Lots of them handle things with much more grace. Some of them are better-natured. Some of them are great writers or artists or musicians. Most are just ordinary people, but in the middle of the night trying to soothe a sleepless child, they are all pretty much the same. Some complain that life demands a little too much for them, and others don't, but deep inside they love their children and they love being fathers to them. Most of them consider themselves lucky. They've grown as human beings and learned new things about themselves because of their special relationship with a child who needs a lot from them. Some of them are single fathers. Most have wives that give as much or more to their families and who share in the triumphs and setbacks. Some have other children who feel deprived because their parents give so much to a child with a disability, but most of these brothers and sisters are comforted to know that their parents would do just as much for them if they needed it. These men are not the heroes of the new millennium. Far from it. They're only fathers. Their names will not become household words. They will not receive thousands of letters of support for their courage. They will not be discussed by lawyers and bioethicists. They will never become poster boys of the Right to Die movement. They'll just keep doing the best that they can for as long as they can do it. Neil Young is the father of a son with severe cerebral palsy. He's written songs about his son. He bought a controlling share in Lionel Trains in order to get them to make adaptive controls for their trains. He and his wife Peggy actively work to develop services for children with disabilities. Ken Zaburo is the father of a son born with severe disability more than 30 years ago. He's written extensively about his relationship with his son and won the Nobel Prize for Literature for his efforts. Others, who are not so famous, work long days and come home to take care of a severely handicapped child. These actions are not the kind of fatherly heroism that gets national attention. They're not heroes, they're simply fathers. Roy Rogers died a few years ago. To me, he is still a hero in the old-fashioned sense, but hero means something very different now. For Father's Day for the year 2000, I want to salute all the fathers of kids with special needs and all the fathers everywhere who find a way to give their kids a little more of themselves when it's needed. Here's to all those dads who will always be less than perfect and never be heroes, but keep on doing the best that they can. Yes, some of the language is definitely outdated from that, but remember this was written in 2000. And, oh my gosh, the sarcasm involved in that particular essay from Dick Sobsey. But yeah, Ragged Edge has a lot of essays from an earlier time in the disability rights movement. You can go back and you can read a lot of things. A lot of things from the 90s in particular. So, yep. And Hyperlexic Links has linked to Angel Unaware, which, I mean, it was a huge step forward in the history of how we think as a culture about disability. Now, there's still there's still some things that definitely from a modern disability rights perspective are not comfortable, but it is important to recognize that yes, that was a very huge turning point in how people talked about disability. So chaotic idealism has made a couple as a quote and a couple of good points. They say a hero is an ordinary person who cares. And they go on to say, I don't like being called a hero or inspiring for having a disability, but I'd like to recognize the heroism of ordinary people in ordinary situations. Which, can be a very powerful thing for people. And Hyperlexic Links is saying, yes, Angel Underwear, but Angel Underwear was a long time ago, and you have to take it with a grain of salt, which is basically the point that I was trying to make. And you have to do that with a lot of older works on the issue. Let's see. I don't know if we have very many people who are in chat who were, I don't know how many of the people in chat were around years ago during an earlier part of the disability rights movement, or even just pre-ADA. But I would love to hear some of your comments in the chat. So that's important. I'm reminded a little bit, now that we're talking about some of the older views on disability, to tie this back into the issues that we're talking about today. Ari, who's the president over at ASN, he usually talks in some of his talks about the history of the disability rights movement, a bit about social Darwinism and the eugenics movement. Unfortunately, too many people are not aware of the fact that a lot of the ideas and practices that the Nazis did in their T4 program and some of their other eugenicist programs. T4, by the way, was the program in Nazi Germany that took those who were disabled and euthanized them. A lot of those ideas actually came from American eugenicists, which is something that our country doesn't really teach our young people. We don't like to think about some of the more horrible parts of our past, but it's important to know about them and recognize that that's a part of our history. There was a movie way back in the early days of movie making, I think the 19-teens, called The Black Stork, I believe. Let's see. Which is this overdramatic bit of eugenicist propaganda that has the spirit of this severely disabled child basically begging to be killed. It's very disturbing. So, and but I think it's definitely that you should something that you should go look up so that you can understand that how this was a part of how our society developed thoughts about disability. And now that we're talking about this a little bit, people are also bringing up forcible sterilization or even non-consensual sterilization. And people talking about how people who are young people even, who are young today, who were told that they should be sterilized. And I mean, unfortunately, this is not just US or just whatever. It's an idea that has permeated Western culture. But with sterilization in particular, what we're looking at is actually an intersection of race and disability. So we have these ideas from turn of the century, 1900s, that era, that said that we should be sterilized. In fact, one of the things that gave rise to the big institutions was actually this idea that, well, we better put these people away where they can't have babies and have their bad genes let out into society. And as time goes on, that didn't change. In fact, we had laws that said that the state could decide to forcibly sterilize people. And while this happened to people of all races in the United States, one of the major targets was people who were black and low income, people who might not have had access to education because of those things. There were people who didn't have a disability, but because the standards at the time allowed perceived promiscuity, for example, to be an indicator that somebody was simple-minded, or that they had what we today would call an intellectual disability, even if that was not accurate. There are cases where people went in, were told that they were just having a basic procedure. They wake up, they go home, and decades later, when they're trying to start a family of their own with a partner, going in and saying, well, doctor, why, we've been trying really hard to have kids. What's going on? And finding out that it wasn't just a routine procedure that they had been in for when they were a teenager. They'd been sterilized. And I mean, it's a very difficult part of our past. I recognize if you want, not recognize, I recommend that if you want to hear more about this issue, one of the good places to Google would be talking about North Carolina as they had a big case where they were instructed to pay legal recompense for having forcibly or non-consensually sterilized people. Speaking a little bit of issues where the race element, the intersection of race, not having been necessarily talked about as much or erased when talking disability. I don't know how many of you are aware of something called the Olmsted decision. It was the decision that basically said, hey, you know what, if there are least restrictive settings where somebody could get the help or support that they need in the community, then that needs to be what happens. You can't keep them in an institution. And one of the women who that case was about was actually a black woman. And she's an artist. She's a working artist now. But I find that a lot of people just assume that it was a couple of white women, and no. And that's something that we really need to be more aware of recognizing is the contributions that intersectional identities have had and the ways that race and racial issues influence how ableism is enacted. There's a little bit of talk in the chat now about moving and barriers to being able to move that are disability specific. And about how just moving to a new city that you've heard good things about doesn't mean that bad things won't happen there either. Hyperlexic Links is talking a little bit about how even though their in-laws are not comfortable with the idea of her having a baby, that their spouse and them are going to start trying. So I really hope that you're successful and that you have a successful time, Hyperlexic Links, and having that baby. Yeah. So I would like to read the next thing on my list. However, it is religious in nature. So some of you may wish to mute, and that is perfectly within your rights. I will post in chat when we're done reading it. Clarissa Kripke adapted some prayers and reflections from Jewish tradition for us. If you're uncomfortable with listening to this content, I understand, and I encourage you to mute the audio and take this time either having a moment of silence and reflection or to say a prayer from your own faith tradition, if you have one, around the issues of the importance of all human life. Thank you. So I'm going to give people a moment to mute. O God, remember today those members of our family who were martyred in years past because of their ability, those murdered with medical experiments and institutions, those who perished in the Holocaust, and those struck down in our own cities in our own time. Remember also those who took their own lives, driven to despair by a world that hated them. And in mercy remember those who lived lives of loneliness, repressing their true nature and refraining from sharing their gifts with one another. O God, watch over the souls of those loved ones and help us bring an end to hate and oppression of every kind. Adapted from Sidr Shah Zahav. May the Eternal comfort us together with all who mourn throughout the world. Our thoughts turn to those who have died, to our own loved ones, those whom our friends, neighbors, and community have lost, the martyrs of our people whose graves are unmarked on the grounds of institutions, and those of every race and nation whose lives have been a blessing to humanity. As we remember them, let us meditate on the meaning of love and loss, of life and of death. Adapted from Sidr Shah Zahav. The worth of a single human life cannot be quantified. It is written in the Talmud, whoever saves one life, it is as if that person saved the entire world. Mishnah Sanhedrin 4:5. Though our work to bring justice to people with disabilities, we are saving the world, one soul at a time. Amen. Alrighty. I'm going to give it a minute to catch up, so... My dog just keeps slowly moving closer and closer to me. Because she's like, oh, I'm supposed to be comforting you. So, okay, now I'm gonna, hopefully the audio is caught up by now. I'm gonna let people know in chat that the religious reading stuff is done. Alrighty, so I've let chat know. Chaotic Idealism, thank you, I know. She's actually like right at let me look at my camera so I can point properly. She's actually right here, like just out of sight, so and yeah, so she's actually trained to help me with anxiety and help me navigate when I get all foggy. So so thank you for the compliments on my dog. The prayer was actually developed by Clarissa Kripke, who I don't think is with us right now, but she wanted to contribute that. So, and I know that for me, one of the things that I really love about my faith tradition is that a lot of it is based on healing the world. So, okay, Molly, come on, people want to see you. Ta-da! I don't know. Can you see her? Doggy! Yay! Okay. Let's see. Now there's a little bit of discussion of people being bribed to go to mass. So, um, let's see. Doggy. Oh, Molly, come on. Sit up a little bit more. My lighting's a little bit dark, so it's probably hard to see her, but she is cuddled. Cuddled up. Oh, Molly, you're such a good dog. And if I didn't have the lower third in, you'd probably see her better. Oh, my shoulder just cracked. Yep. So people are sharing stories about religious stuff now. Or rather, not religious stuff, more like interactions with religion. Squid is talking about a little bit about families jointly owning a home and assistive tech, and how there's some issues with it, but and then how they were able to speak up about Olmsted, which I mentioned earlier, and autonomy, and the midnight burrito test. I don't know how many of you know what the midnight burrito test is, but it's basically, if the question is, can you get up in the middle of the night and microwave a burrito? Like, are you allowed to within your setting? And having that as a tall, like a test to show if it's a mini institution or real community living. So, um, okay, I'm going to click around a little bit, leave chat to talk, and let me see if I find some more stuff. I'm looking at Twitter right now, and somebody named Amelia posted a picture. I'm going to move over to screen share. They missed out on going to the Boston Vigil, apparently is the one nearest to them, and so they made their own. So let me get over and put me into screen share real quick. So this is the tweet that I'm talking about is very cute. For those who can't see, it is a picture, a handwritten list of names that takes up 4 sheets of paper, a votive holder that is glass that is in the shape of a rose with a tea light lit in the center, and a bunch of tiny yellow flowers sprinkled over. It's very pretty, and I just really wanted to share that with you. Alrighty. So we have about an hour and a half left, and then I can go watch DS9. And eat turkey. Um, and Andy Wilmore, I'm going to read your comment from the chat. Andy says, I didn't manage to get here very early on, schedule-wise, and listen to any of the reading before that, but I appreciated that reading and that others write towards this topic from a spiritual and religious perspectives, as well as many other varying perspectives and walks of life. So, thank you for that comment, Andy. People are talking a little bit more about the burrito test, about how Alyssa commented that college dorms in China, where I believe they're studying abroad, are also institutions by the full midnight burrito test. And that's not unusual for a lot of institutions, although I suppose if you had a microwave in your hotel room or your dorm room, you'd be able to do the microwave burrito, but I don't know what the rules are about microwaves in the dorms, and I know that a number of places have limitations like that. And this is generally a test used for adults. It's not necessarily about children, or and it doesn't really have a reflection of, well, there's some people that just don't have the physical ability to microwave a burrito on their own. But it's saying if somebody's physically capable of microwaving a burrito at midnight on their own, would they be allowed to? So, there's a lot of comments that there's a lot of schools and things that would fail the midnight burrito test. Goodbye, HDO Machete. Thank you for coming. Z-Fand Ms. Commented that they're an adult and their mother still makes them stay in bed in the middle of the night. So, yeah. Okay. I haven't heard back from my friend Yisha about her thing, and I believe that hers is the last thing on my list. So I'm guessing that maybe she just was not feeling up to it, to reading it aloud, or that she didn't have a microphone, which is equally possible. So the name of the reading is Everyday Homicide, and it is in the reading list. Once again, if you would like to send me something to have us read, I want to hear it at about 8:30. Though I'm going to go through the final reading, I'm not going to read the cause of death for our final reading of the names. So, yeah. So, get it to me before then so that we can get so that we can fit you in before then. If you want, you can post stuff into chat. Just specify if you want me to read it for you. Please specify so that I know that. And if you don't, there's a wonderful community in chat right now who seem very interested in safely talking with each other about their feelings and issues that they're dealing with. So I'm going to read Aisha's post. Aisha, if you're listening, I hope that I do this justice. Everyday Homicide by Aisha. Today is my mother's birthday. If she were alive today, she'd be 62 years old. She died 8.5 years ago of an aneurysm after a struggle with severe diabetes. She was my caregiver for a long time. In some ways, I was also hers. Today is also the day many people throughout the U.S. and Canada mark as a day of mourning for disabled people by our families and caregivers. When I speak the names of Tracy Latimer, who was gassed to death by her father in 1993 at the age of 12, or Justin Malthus, beaten and drowned by his mother in 2000 at the age of 5, or Mark Owen Young, poisoned and pushed off a bridge by his mother in 2001 at the age of 11, or Maggie Caraballo, beaten to death by her sister in 2003 at the age of 38, or Angelica Orima, electrocuted and drowned by her mother in 2003 at the age of 20, or Scott Olson and Eric Bland, both starved to death by their siblings in 2003 and 2004. One of the common reactions people have is, I can't imagine how someone could do that to another human being. This makes me want to scream and tear out my hair. Not the violence itself, because I have watched year after year as we add more of our dead to the list. I'm beyond screaming and tearing my hair. I'm too tired. What makes me so incredibly frustrated is the willful ignorance of people who continually call our deaths incomprehensible. To someone who is able-bodied, perhaps this seems like a work of a monster, something out of Criminal Minds or a true crime episode. It isn't. The murder of disabled people by our caregivers is every day. I mean that not in the sense that it literally happens every day, although this is not untrue. The statistics we do know, combined with our sense of the magnitude of what we do not know, says it probably does happen every day. But that it is an everyday mundane occurrence. It's not the monsters hiding under our beds or the serial killers in our thriller novels that do this to us. It is our parents, our siblings, our home health aides. They aren't sick, insane, unfathomable people. They're human beings who do awful things in a society that tells them that they can, that it is okay to, that it is understandable. We live in a society that reinforces every single day that people with disabilities are burdens, economically and socially, that we are less than human, that we leech the system, and that we make our parents, children's, and family members' lives miserable. That we are unemployable and thus unproductive, that we are and should be powerless, that we are crazy, and thus when we do report crimes against us, we're making it up. When people kill us, they get more sympathy in the media than we, their murder victims, do, because they were such saints to put up with our sorry existence in the first place. Our murderers routinely go unpunished and without rehabilitation. There is nothing to rehabilitate when they have done society a favor, after all. They go free to commit violence, to live normal lives, to shop at the grocery store alongside you, to, in the case of Tracy Latimer's father, Robert Latimer, try to influence public policy and allow others the right to kill their own disabled family members. When you Google Robert Latimer's name, more of the hits on the first page are supporting Latimer's murder of his daughter than are presenting the facts or arguing in favor of Tracy's right to not be murdered. Our murder is every day, normal. When politicians, judges, news anchors, and many of my non-disabled acquaintances make the argument that disabled people do not have the right not to be murdered, let me repeat, we do not have the right not to be murdered. Our murder has become more socially acceptable than our life. When respected academics like Peter Singer can find jobs at Yale University where they get paid to debate publicly their right to kill us, it is clear how commonplace and routine our deaths are considered. When studies estimate that people with disabilities are 4 to 10 times more likely to be the victims of non-lethal violent crime, and upwards of 1/4 of people with cerebral palsy who die from homicide, it is clear that we are seen as little more than trash. When the media does cover our killings, it talks about the compassion of our murderers. It talks about how much of a burden we were on them and how they deserve sympathy, respect, and gratitude for putting up with us in the first place. It doesn't talk about the lack of services and supports we face because we are disabled. It talks about the lack of services and supports our murderers face. I've been a caregiver. My mom was a caregiver. My partners are my caregivers. There are millions and millions of stressed, burned out, poor, overworked caregivers in the world who do not ever consider murdering disabled people an option. And yet the entire discussion of the murder of disabled people is monopolized by think of the caregiver conversations. As much as we desperately need more access to services and supports, all the services and social support in the world, for us or for our caregivers, will not save our lives as long as people continue to see us as subhuman, not worth justice, not worth mourning. This is why I get angry when people have the audacity to say that they cannot understand why we are dying, not from our disabilities, not even from a lack of health care, but from murder. This is why I react so viscerally when people say how much they can't wrap their mind around our murderers' minds. The only thing that renders this reprehensible, everyday, commonplace homicide unfathomable is a willful ignorance that leads people to close their eyes, turn away, and pretend that they don't see the systemic rendering of disabled people as less than human, as not deserving of the simple right not to be murdered. If you can't understand how someone could do that to us, you're just not paying attention. So, thank you, Aisha. I hope that I was able to do that justice for you. People are talking about places where they can keep in contact with each other later on. People are talking a little bit about LiveJournal. So some of us that have left LiveJournal are kind of like, oh, LiveJournal. A little bit nostalgic. And there are other people who are still on LiveJournal because some of the alternatives that have sprung up are not as accessible for them. Like Tumblr, which some of us love, but there are some people that it just wrapping the brain around around Tumblr can be difficult for some people. Yeah. So if you wanted to share, your Tumblr to keep in contact with other people in the chat room, now I guess would be a great time. Yeah. So I'm going to put my information, and I'm going to put ASAN's information in there too. So, yes. And there's people that are sharing other blogs too. So, I mean, I guess now would be a great time, as we are slowly but surely reaching the end of our time together today, to make connections with people. Having the chance to grieve together and to support each other in our grief can be a very important part of building a community. So, yeah. As I mentioned earlier, as I mentioned earlier, the second part of remembering and doing memorials like this is going forward and fighting to make sure it doesn't happen again. And part of that is by building strong communities, supporting each other's efforts to advocate, and so forth. So, yeah. Yeah. Just a reminder, please send me things for me to read. I want to read more things. And thank you everybody that did send in things to read. I was really worried that this would end up like last year's, where we had like stretches that were an hour long where nothing was said. So thank you. Yeah. I guess I can dig through some of my own stuff, and see if there's something of my own that I can read, I guess. No, I'm not reading Scary Kids, Emily, before you ask again. Let's see. See, the thing is I keep coming across poems of mine that would be appropriate, but they're really short ones. Thank you, Hyperlexic Links, for your freaking out at silences, so you kept contributing. That's what we need, is we need more people that are willing to keep saying something. So, Lydia, if you're around, Autistic Hoya, I think I saw you on earlier, but people are interested in hearing from you. I know that Autistic Hoya has been busy. They've been working their butts off on their being out on study abroad, and where Autistic Hoya is in the world for study abroad right now, people, is one that means that it's pretty late for them. So, although Alyssa, I'm pretty sure that things are pretty late for where you are right now too. I would prefer to have the permission of the people who wrote whatever it is before I read it. So, yes, Tuttle, create a Tumblr. Join us. Um, so hello, Lean. If you've written something, Lean, please do send it. If you want it read aloud, let me know. Otherwise, you can just share with the chat if you don't want it read aloud, and just don't say, "Hey, you can read this." Chaotic Idealism, do you want me to read your post aloud, or are you just sharing with the chat? Oh, Martina has a poem that they would like to have read if I'm up to it. So, and yes, chaotic idealism is okay with that being read. So what I'm going to do really quickly is I'm going to add these to the readings list. So alrighty. So okay, I'm going to start with the poem My Story Told by Someone Else. And it is definitely one that I recommend that you go and you take a look at. In fact, maybe I'll switch over to screen sharing for a minute so that you can see it. Because it definitely has a strong visual element to it. Alrighty, here we go. My Story Told by Someone Else. This poem's source material is an excerpt from Amy Sequenzia's fine blog post, More Problems with Functioning Labels. I highly recommend reading the entire post, and a link is provided. Amy and I may have some different labels as well as similar ones, but we share a curse of being the subject of at least one functioning ability discussion. I think we both hated those moments in our lives. Functioning labels are useless for the autistic person. We don't wake up every morning and think, I am so low functioning. I feel so sorry for myself. I am too needy, and I don't really have a chance to be valued. We wake up and face the life we have, being the best we can be. If we have any hidden abilities, they will remain hidden. Or we might show some special talent, but if we still look weird or too different from our peers, we are still pitied, as if we are under constant suffering. And we don't wake up every morning and think, I am so high functioning. I look almost normal. Today I will try to be normal, like my peers. I want to be just like them, indistinguishable from them. We wake up and face the life we have, being the best that we can be. So thank you, Martina, for sharing that with us. That was a very thank you. Let me switch back over. Now you can see me again. See how I hunch my back. Okay, and the next post is, oh, let me check the chat again real quick. Yeah. Alrighty, and now I'm going to read Chaotic Idealism's Dreams. Dreams. Issy Stapleton is out of the hospital and out of danger. The Friday she was taken off the ventilator, I prayed for her nearly constantly. I suppose many other people did too. And I kept thinking, not another one, please, not another one. When I find another case for the autism memorial site, at least the person is already dead. I didn't really anticipate how scary it was going to be watching the news to see if I had to add Issy's name to the list of, at this point, 132 other names. I'm so glad I never did. I'm glad I'm writing about her survival and her strength instead. When an autistic child like Issy gets hurt, it always gives me a burst of nightmares because I know how much like her I was at her age, how little my parents accepted me for the person I was. I dream that I'm stuck back at home and I can't leave. I dream that my mother has taken my cats away and won't give them back, or that I'm trying to get back to my apartment and can't find the way. I remember being pinned down to the ground, screaming until I exhausted myself. I was put on a strict diet as a child, and I still have to remind myself not to hoard food. Because I'm subconsciously afraid that it will be taken away. I have to remind myself that when I have something good to eat, I don't have to stuff myself, because nobody's going to take it. I can eat it later. I'm afraid of being back in a place where the person I am wasn't good enough, where I was seen as the family problem, the family burden. My mom saw herself as heroic for putting up with me, and often told me how much stress I caused her. And I thought she was right. I thought I was lazy and badly behaved and overdramatic, and that I really deserved to be treated the way that I was. I'm still dealing with that now, but I'm one of the lucky ones. I survived. I learned enough to get out on my own, to fumble my way towards getting enough help to live in my own apartment, though not without a couple of hospitalizations, a summer without a permanent address. I know how many autistic children and teenagers are going through what I went through and what Issy went through. It's tragic and scary, and I want to ride in on a white horse and scoop them up and take them away to a place where the world is friendly, where they can be themselves, where they can learn and play and be children. Thank you. That was really powerful. Thank you. Emily, you say somebody sent you something to read. I'm not giving people my live journal, by the way. It is full of really, really horrible high school stuff. Stuff from when I hated myself a lot more than I do now. So Halloween says, I've also found that parents who harp on and on about how low functioning their children are tend to be doing it for reasons related to a desire to other those children and make them seem like incorrigible monsters so that anything horrible they do to said children is justifiable. Um, so Emily, you say somebody has sent you something to read. Can you please ping me so I can take a look? I guess since people are posting Facebook pages, I'll post mine. You'll notice that there's a trend in my personal stuff, although not my advocacy blog. So, and the thing is that with the live journal and the horrible high school stuff, it's not so much that that stuff exists, but that I stopped writing there, and I don't want to have to go back and talk about all of the changes again because it's very it's difficult when you when go back and realize how much you hated yourself and how much you internalized all of the horrible stuff out there. So it's really difficult. And I just don't want to have to deal with revisiting everything in order to make things clear again. Which I guess is why I haven't, my advocacy blog and stuff like that, and why LiveJournal has a make private thing. Okay, so Emily says that the poem she was sent was on notebook paper. So, Emily, do you want to go back up and click back into the chat and you can read it? And I'm getting friend requests. Okay. Yeah, it's so wonderful to be able to work on creating community with you all after spending such a difficult time together, talking about such difficult issues. And I have to say, I'm really thrilled that that's how we're ending. That's how our last hour of the vigil is going to be, is about building community together. So, thank you guys for doing that. Emily, do you need me to send you the link to get into the chat, to get into the video again, or? So yeah, I think Emily's gonna get on and read the poem that she was sent. And I'm gonna dig around in my stuff and see if I can pull up something that I wrote. So. Alrighty.
Okay, this may work better. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, this is my iPhone. I'm going to try and stand it up on something.
Uh-oh. Emily, did you just... Yeah, I think you just got booted. Let me send you the link again. I don't know what happened, but it happened. Okay, Emily's having some issues, so... Yep. Okay.
Okay, here's the iPad, and here's the phone that has the. You'll probably get it on Facebook too, but I'm just gonna try and do this, and I'm leaning over on my bed, so sorry if the. To me. Okay.
Emily, I've been presenting from my bed all day, so you're
Okay.
fine.
All right. My cat's about to walk between us here, and my phone is supposedly cleaning this up, but it's being sticky. Okay. Let's see what's happening here. Yeah, my cat's licking my hand. Okay. All right. There we go. Slowly. Blah, 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 blah. Cooperate with me. Okay. It's not cooperating. All right. I'm gonna try bringing this over to my computer and seeing if I can get the darn thing to show up on here. There we go. That might be better. Okay. Okay. So here it's all the people we have lost. We must never forget. We who are alive now must work constantly until there are no more murders of our kind and that more protections exist and laws created to safeguard against caregiver violence and also much harsher punishments for perpetrators. Randall, Donelio, Katie, Vincent, Ulysses, MCX, Callista, Melissa, and so many others, you are always in our hearts, never forgotten. Your losses will never be away from our thoughts. March 1st, 2014, day of mourning.
Okay. Was that it?
That was it.
Alrighty, thank you so much for
welcome.
sharing that. Okay. Whoa, what's going on?
Uh-oh.
I had something and it had the ASN logo just pulsing in the middle, and I'm like, okay. I'm gonna mute you, and then, let's see. So I pulled up a couple of poems. I'm not entirely sure how appropriate they are, and one of them's just really depressing. That I wrote. Hopefully they'll be okay. So yeah, okay. The first one's really short. It is hard to fight when life is framed so that not falling under their sword by now is somehow a great moral failing. That's it. That's the first one. The next one is depressing. It's a little bit about romantic expectations and this idea that that somehow we're unlovable. which, we all know it's bullcrap, but sometimes the things that other people say can still really get to us, even when we spend our days battling them all the time. So, okay. It's okay. I've known for a long time that I'll end up without a pair. There's something inevitable about learning that even your most basic dreams are flights of fancy. And girls like me aren't meant to dream. Girls like me are meant to bleed. Oh, that was more depressing than I thought. Hey, Katie. I'm reading a couple of my poems. They're not the best poems ever, but yes. And then last one. This one actually has a title. I need no words. I need no words to fly, to scream, or to let you know yes, to communicate, create, build, love, empower. Words are only involved because you would call me storyless, deny my oppression is real, and yeah, this is bending into that, but you would never learn without your own supports and adaptations. Maybe your overdependence on is your own damn limit of vision. So, yes, that's it. Oh, okay. So Katie, we are recording, which is why I didn't contact you earlier about reading. You expressed that you didn't really want to be recorded. Um, so, so I guess just a reminder, you can see the Vigil at sites.google.com/sites/pwd day of mourning 2014/vigil. So, and I've just posted that link into chat. You can have a chance to read some of the things that we've read here today. If you go at that link over to the side where it says the readings, and you'll be able to see links to various things that we've read today. Right now in the chat, we're talking a bit about spell check and a little bit about why it's significant that spell check doesn't really recognize ableism unless you program it to. I will say that I have had issues getting spell check to recognize the word autistics as in a noun. So, yeah. Oh, there's Kara. Hi, Kara. So, Kara, Kara was not with us for most of the day because Kara was at the New York City Vigil. So yeah. adding words that don't exist, and yes, the putting in transphobia or cissexism into is another bunch of words that don't exist according to spell check. So I've also had it tell me that intersectional is not a word. So okay. I'm going to send Cara a link and so that she can join me on here. Yeah. Okay, I've just sent Cara a link and she'll be able to pop on. I just heard a little ding.
It's Emily and Sav.
Yay!
Thank you. I'm mostly exhausted, so I'm mostly doing stuff in the chat because the whole being language thing not happening. Yeah, that's why I'm so exhausted. We had the New York City Vigil, and like I feel like a lot of people couldn't find us, I think. So, and just like we weren't well organized because I was going through a lot of shit this month. So, just like, I'm like, okay, next year, A, I'm not organizing it, and B, we have to do things more. Of course, I say I'm not organizing it now, and next year I'll probably be like, yeah, I'll organize it. So, I'm holding you two, responsible for being like, no, Kara. Although Sam Barwick tells me that I need somebody to say no on my behalf because otherwise I'll just say yes to everything.
The perpetual activist dilemma there. So New York City went well?
Yeah, it went pretty well. We had a decent 5 or 6 people maybe, and Nadina Lesbiana let us in some cans, so that lent some spice to it. And it was good. Drew Goldsmith was there. It was nice seeing him again.
Oh, that's wonderful. I'm glad to hear that. And there's something funky going on with the volumes.
Yeah, they're saying
Mine
they can't
down.
hear me very well.
Oh, here. Emily, I'm just going to mute you.
Okay.
Oh, there we go. Ah, it's not letting me mute Emily. Emily, why don't you just, yeah. Okay. Cara, I muted you because of all the typing, so I'm going to unmute. Okay, there's more typing. Maybe I should mute you. Oh. Okay. Okay, so Cara, you're muted, so you'll have to ping me. Yeah. Okay, in about, I think about 5 minutes, I think we're going to read the names. This round, though, I think we're just going to read the names in ages. Because of just, yeah. I'm pretty sure we don't want to end the night with nightmares. We want to end the night with memories. So. Molly. My dog just gave me the look of, you've been on that thing all day. You gonna come visit? No. Well, yes, maybe. I don't know. There's a little CP party going on in chat. Cara, the person you're talking about from Autreat, is that Tom Woods, I think? Older gentleman?
Yeah, that's him. I remember
Yeah.
meeting him at Autry. For the day and a half I was there.
Yeah. So, okay. 2 minutes, and then I think we should probably read. Molly, you're panting very loudly. Hey, Kara, can you hop on Facebook for a second? Emily wants to talk to you. Zoe, that dog is my dog. The dog that she's trained to be my little anxiety dog, although now she's just getting really annoyed because I've been on here for 6 hours. I wonder what it would look like when I... Whoa! That went really dark. Okay, and turn that back on. Give it a second to adjust. Well. So I just read this Seep chats as Seep girls, like as in like I don't know, like referencing Cheetah Girls, which there's a reason why that would be.
You're like, there's a reason, I swear. Wait, who thought all autistics were Vulcans? That's kind of...
That's creepy. So there's this thing that people like to say, well, oh, you're too emotional to. Oh wow, I can hear myself. They're like, oh, it's too emotional to be advocating on this issue. You need to go calm down. And my latest thing has been to tell them, oh, well, I didn't realize mastering the teachings of Sirach was a prerequisite.
Are you gonna go to the Star Trek convention in April?
If I can get a hotel room. So.
That'd be awesome. Cause that'd just be really awesome.
Okay. Okay. We should read the names, and then when we go off air, we can talk.
I love that we're just having a whole Trekkie geek fest.
Yeah. Okay. We need to do the reading names.
So Emily and I were saying I'll take Tracy Latimer through where'd it go? Where did it go? I lost the name. Oh, I'll take Tracy Latimer through Christopher Melton. Emily will take Ryan Rochester through Rory Lyrat, and then you'll take the rest. That's not. See, I'm bad at splitting this up even. I could go through like Lucy Stable or something. I don't know.
Whatever works for you guys. So, I guess I'm gonna mute myself, and then Kara, you can start.
Okay. Emily, where do you want to come in? Or should I just stop whenever? I'll just stop whenever. I get tired. Just the names and ages? Okay. Tracy Latimer, 12 years old. Charles Antoine Blas, 6 years old. Casey Albury, 17 years old. Pierre Pasquale, I'm so bad at pronunciation, 10 years old. Jim Helm, 27 years old. Daniel Lubner, 13 years old. James Joseph Cummings Jr., 46 years old. Justin Malthus, 5 years old. Hold on, I lost the tab. Gabriel Britt, 6 years old. Johnny Churchy, 13 years old. Mark Owen Young, 11 years old. Bram Dukes, 18 years old. Lillian Leilani Gill, 4 years old. Mitchell Dixon, 10 years old. Dale Bartolome, 27 years old. Jason Dawes, 10 years old. Maggie Carabello, 38 years old. Angelica Oriema, 20 years old. Scott Olson, 29 years old. Eric Bland, 38 years old. Scarlett Chen, 4 years old. Patrick Marcrow, 36 years old. Tiffany Pickney, lost the tail again. Tiffany Pickney, 23 years old. Sarah Naylor, 27 years old. Ryan Davies, 12 years old. Christopher DeGroot, 19 years old. Katie McCarran, 3 years old. William Lash III, 12 years old. Lakeisha Victor, 10 years old. Marcus Fiesel, 4 years old. Ulysses Stable, 12 years old. Brandon Williams, 5 years old. Christy Reamer, 47 years old. Jared Greenwood, 26 years old. Francesca Hardwick, 18 years old. Naomi Hill, 4 years old. Shelley Ward, 7 years old. Maxwell Iyer, 2 years old. Zhao Fei, 20 years old. Em, do you want to take over? Em.
Oh dear.
I pinged her on Facebook.
Okay, it was the volume was turned way down.
Oh, okay. All right. Where were we? Callista Springer, 16 years old. Courtney Wise, 17 years old. Ethan Scott Kirby, 3 years old. Jacob Grabe, 13 years old. Tom Inglis, 22 years old. Christian Clay Jenkins, 14 years old. Kyle Duder, 12 years old. Lexi Ejipon Glover, 13 years old. Terrell Stepney, 19 years old. Jeremy Fraser, 9 years old. Chalet Miza Thomas, 9 years old. Pamela Camille Hall, 59 years old. Lloyd Yarbrough, 62 years old. Jeremy Bostick, 11 years old. Peter Eitzen, 16 years old. Donnie Core, 15 years old. Betty Ann Gagnon, 48 years old. Walter Knox Hildebrand Jr., 20 years old. Laura Cummings, 23 years old. Jude Mira, 8 years old. Ajit Singh, 12 years old. Jaren Iskrig, 6 years old. Leisha Barnett, 17 years old. Glenn Freeney, 11 years old. Peyton Ettinger, 4 years old. Christopher Melton, 18 years old. Brian Rochester, 6 months old. Sav, you want to read the rest? Sav? Did I lose you?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep, I'm here.
All right.
I just have my mic on mute. Okay. Now I have Emily's volumes down all low, Cara's. Okay. So. Oh no, I lost my place. Rylan was the last one. Kenneth Holmes, 12 years old. Zain Akhtar and Faryal Akhtar, 5 and 2 years old. Emily Belmolin, 85 years old. Rohit Singh, 7 years old. Zara Baker, 10 years old. Chase Ogden, 13 years old. Karandeep Arora, 18 years old. Donald Parojinog, 83 years old. Chad Jackson, 25 years old. Julie Cirella, 8 years old. Joseph Connett, 11 years old. Joe Medina Jr., 7 months old. Benjamin Barnhard, 13 years old. Jory Lirette, 7 years old. George Hodgins, 22 years old. Daniel Corby, 4 years old. Malia Blakely Berry, 16 years old. Matthew Gravel, 27 years old. Melissa Stoddard, 11 years old. Robert Gasiak, 23 years old. Or 32. Sorry, dyscalculia. Alec Sperdalakis, 14 years old. Matthew Hafer, 28 years old. Marion Roberts, 57 years old. Jalen Edge, 13 years old. Tamia Audane, 12 years old. Damian Luke Gully, 14 years old. Randall Barrow, 8 years old. Mickey Leposhuk, 52 years old. Damian Verakin, 9 years old. Vincent Fawn, 24 years old. And unfortunately, this list is incomplete. There are people whose names we do not have, and there are people whose murders are framed as accidents. And we may never know the true number of people.
There's also a lot of attempts.
Yes, and there are also a lot of attempts as well. And not all of them are prosecuted. Okay. So, I'm gonna do muting again for just a minute. Well, really, I'm just turning the volume way down. Wait, why am I poor Savannah? Okay. Okay, so, there's 9 more minutes left to schedule, but I am going to take the audio vigil off air. I want to thank everybody for sticking around, and please do stay in the chat as long as you would like to this evening. Make connections, find people who can share with you and support you, and people who can share our grief can help us form the teams we need to fight against having that grief again in the future. So thank you, everyone. I'm going to take us off air, and then I'm probably going to talk Star Trek with Cara. Okay. Thank you. Bye.